including the market where I live. And I was like, not only that, people are paying
Cash.
That's what she said. Because I was like, aren't they paying these terrible interest rates on top of it? And she said, no, we're seeing a lot of cash sales. And she said, in some cases, it is aging parents who want their money to be used now rather than handing it down eventually. And so they're in some cases funding their kids buying these homes with cash.
Kind of goes back to the Walmart story, which is often, Walmart's often looked at as a barometer for the K-shaped economy. What you're describing is a perfect example.
This is like basically parenting. Like, I'm going to give you gifts.
Right.
Give them gifts now.
Yes.
To use the toy now. Wait till 20 years dead, and that way you can actually enjoy it, and then probably get some tax benefits, and also get around the mortgage rate stuff. Because that's a big question: is who's getting mortgages now? 6-7%. Insane.
Yeah. So I thought it's really. I mean, this cash thing has been something that's been percolating for a while. It was just fascinating to hear somebody I know actually say, like, yeah, this is happening.
And I would say, too, the other thing that's worth keeping in mind here with this intervention is the impact that it could have on inflation down the road. I mean, to the extent that it is softening financial conditions now, there's clearly a strong argument that financial conditions or that rates are already somewhat accommodative. So if this is, softening or loosening financial conditions now that we are seeing the dollar kind of fall a bit, that is ultimately inflationary. That creates more problems down the road, which pushes up rates, which makes it harder to pull back.
I will say this: I know about it. They're actually calling on this car business. Loans is still too high for most buyers. I mean, 210% loans, but it's really hard to do that. Worse off than everything. So that still needs to trickle down to that. But very expensive piece of people's financial problems. I need to put a car.
Yeah, I mean, and every time we talk about this issue lately, I've been talking about yields. I've been talking about the hyperscaler debt and cloud debt and all of the AI build-out debt, and the argument that demand is pretty inelastic. Like, that demand is sustainable. What doesn't? I mean, I think there's a fair argument made like rates could go up more, and they're still going to be, it's not going to be there for the AI build-out. So that's something else to keep in mind. Like moratorium. Yes, but that's the whole issue. All right, so we've obviously been alluding to the $40 trillion milestone we've gotten to with West. So let's talk about it squarely. I think it's like, let's put this in context. What's $2 trillion between brackets, right? Like 40 trillion in and of itself, there's nothing special about that number except that it's a big number, and like you can't even conceptualize that number, right? It is an enormous number. I think that what many economists are talking about is debt to GDP as a number of huge bonds. It's now around 100%. From the journal that goes back to World War II, which is the last time that debt was more at a near or above 100% of GDP. It's expected to keep going up to 2025. I mean, I know you cover this stuff pretty closely here. So let's sort of contextualize this for us, how we should think about this enormous number.
Well, I think that what's interesting to me about it, the attention that's being paid to it, particularly the attention that's being paid to it with regards to the bond market, is the degree to which deficits just kind of fell out of favor as we've been talking for the last 18 months. In fact, for the previous 18 months. It was not something that came up with a deal during the BBA. It did come up, but it wasn't going crazy as those proposals were pulled out. And even earlier this year, when the war started, it became clear that we would be spending a lot more on benefits and the defense of our allies abroad. It wasn't particularly. Certainly now, this is like.
Good morning.
It's not necessarily that which is significantly over $32 trillion market. But that's growing.
Bitcoin,
To the extent that
as anticipated, higher.
and we're going to be making a period where there is clearly some strain on the consumer that is leading to greater economic strain that reduces the ability of the government to act proactively. So in 15 years, yeah.
It seems markets seem to have bought the argument that we're tools for and
Yeah.
this now, this up.
Yeah.
That that's explicitly, right? 333. How'd that go? We're not at 333, right? So we grew 2.1% in the first quarter. We grew 1.5% in the second quarter. Deficit GDP is projected this year is only 5.8% out of the second degree. The third degree is an additional 3 million barrels a day in production. We're so something like 600,000 we were last year on average. So to your
And the global supply is much.
right. So the thinking is that like we can outgrow these issues. That gets much tougher, especially as the issues.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Where is my futures chart? Did a lot of work last night for the benefit of members. There you are. Okay. Been thinking more and more about relative volume, not only for intraday, but pre-market.
Trump came in with a purple agenda. A lot of folks so like to the extent that there were a lot of things in the bill that were purple and that were expansion, deliver more money for consumers, lower fixed refunds, lower withholding, like all of that is positive. And we made it pretty easy to paint a narrative that was wrong.
Well, so here's the question. Like that's, I mean, to me, even more so than the tariffs, and the tariff back and forth. That was the real point, right? So we, like, what would have GDP been if we hadn't seen the
I certainly can't answer that hypothetical, but I would say that like the timing is important too. We had the IEEPA tariffs getting knocked down, that's had the IEEPA tariffs been struck down, the administration said
We're getting ready for the opening bell.
options, and then
Just doing some scans. So anyway, I was doing some research last night on a popular subject, relative volume. A lot of times people will scan for a relative volume during the trading day, which is all fine and good.
So without those two headwinds, I do wonder about
Getting back to the pockets of the Middle East, Asia gets so much of the book, right? It's a big problem. And that never happened.
and I would add to that too, if the goal of our policy was to encourage consumption, raising prices is probably not something that's good for encouraging consumption abroad, particularly given consumption.
You don't care about consumption abroad. Lastly, let's talk Mark Walter briefly here because Props and I, it's been like our in a news we sit back did you see this? Did you see that? Because it's just amazing. I mean, I will say, I know people who've been online, we've interviewed people who've been online for years, and their markets people are really smart. And this whole Mark Walter sort of disintegration is fascinating to watch. And what we're talking about, it seems like there were allegedly there were various insurance subsidiaries that were lending money for things that maybe they shouldn't have been lending money for. And it sounds like legally you can do a lot of this stuff if you disclose it. I guess part of what's its issue is
Okay, so yesterday everybody knows that Moderna was up big on news, gapped up. We missed this one, or at least I missed it. And I thought to myself, why are we not scanning for pre-market relative volume, right? So let me show you Moderna. I created this script thanks to Claude that references the period between 4 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. open, and it will give me a pre-market volume number. Okay, so let's look at Moderna yesterday. Moderna yesterday, I guess it's not going to give it to me now. There it is. See yesterday's volume there? See what the relative volume was pre-market? Pre-market was 343 times normal. So it's one thing to catch it, in the first 15 minutes of the trading day and reference the pre-market volume or the relative volume or sizzle, which is telling you the options activity. A high number on sizzle, like a number 5, it means it's trading 500 times normal option volume. So you can see Moderna, what I posted in the trading room, was very high at the close yesterday. Sizzle was at, where is it? For some reason, I didn't capture it. Anyway, sizzle was 5 times. I think it was actually higher than that. Anyway, long story short, I'm working on getting alerts prior to the open, and especially in the first 15 minutes, to give us a better opportunity, like we did with Apple yesterday. All right, today, here we go with Moderna. A lot of people are going to try to trade this one today. It's probably a short for now. Apple, let's just look at the top stocks. Apple is inside the top portion of yesterday's volume or price action. Microsoft is lower. SPY. Okay, futures starting to turn up. We're down 30 handles on the futures. Okay, so I have some of those put flies that I'll take off this morning. And let me get that ready. Put flies. Put flies. All right, let me get that ready to go. Create a closing order, sell. Okay, this is ready to go. You took those put flies. Okay, Circle. Circle was mentioned by Buford a few days ago. Circle. I believe last week, right? Sean, don't worry about it. I'll cover it during the live session. Okay, let's get ready. Okay, Oracle on the move. Oracle starting to move. Oracle sees the shorts covering. Hammer yesterday. Okay, Coinbase. Coin up a lot. Okay, what is, let me take a look at Coinbase. We've got 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Coinbase up a lot. Okay, daily. I need a little bit higher to clear. I have some options that I bought. Ooh, it's got to be over here somewhere. All right, so these will be okay. Or do I have share? Actually, I think I have shares, right? CONL. Yeah, okay. So that's looking good. I got shares, 2 times long Coinbase, CONL. I like getting up earlier. Summertime, I've been getting up like 8 o'clock because no one was really getting up early. My son's going to school now, so I've been getting up. Opening bell. I've been getting up 6:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30 now. So you guys probably scoff at that because a lot of you get up early.
Low tick alert -800.
Okay, we're starting to move higher.
ISDG halted to the upside. TOXR halted to the upside. SOXL. ISSB halted. COTY.
Okay, I'm trying to exit those SPY put flies. We're starting to move higher now. Okay, let's look at hedge flows.
JZ halted to the upside.
Okay. So let me run that scan again. Let's see what's going on here.
With Walmart. I know you're seeing the stock decline this morning, and I have that up on your Alpha Space screen next to global bond yields. There are 2 reasons.
Okay, put flies. I'm out for a decent profit there.
HUIZ halted down.
Okay, BMY. All right, all of the BMY early. It's too early right now, but BMY, all of these are up again today. Sizzle, the options are active. Inside day, so we'll be watching that. John Deere. Looking for a bounce. Okay, just watching hedge flows for now. Okay, S&P is looking pretty good. Okay, S&P, spiders.
SMST. MRVU.
Okay, Tempest AI is on the move. Tempest AI, that was active yesterday.
SMCX. AAOX.
SMCL, MSTC, SMCX, MDXG, MRBU, AZ, SMST, CRCD,
MSTZ.
WOLF.
Pre-market volume was pretty high on Tempest AI, TEM. That was one Pelosi was buying.
TTG. COTY. WET.
TEM, a Pelosi stock. All right, so we're starting to move here. Okay, we're above the pre-market high. Volume is well above average. I'm going to buy some TEM and see how far this goes. TEM. Whoop. Shit. Trade. TEM. TEM.
SMCL, CJMB, WOLF,
TMT, TBM,
BIB, TEMT, BUR,
All right, TEM, I bought some January. Bought some January 50 deltas. That is a 75. All right, so let me just check this real quick. To answer your question, Sean, okay, I'm going to add Tempest AI to this. Okay, you can see where Tempest is right here. Tempest is right here next to Netflix. Okay, it's telling me that it's suggesting buying put spreads. It has a risk reversal of 85%. And IV rank at 28%. The IV rank at 28% is telling me this could start moving higher, potentially. But the options are expensive. So rather than buying straight options, I'll buy a debit spread. And that's what I did. All right, so volatility is opening up. You can see Bollinger Bands opening up. SK Hynix is back up again today. SK Hynix, SKHY. Okay, SK Hynix is above Tuesday and Wednesday's highs. Okay, Apple on the move. Nvidia's on the move. Okay, Tempest AI. Watch that one. SK Hynix moving higher. Tempest AI on the move.
Grocery and there were some shares, so I don't get much into it, particularly when you see what's happening with the
Okay, let's look at Tempest AI, TEM. Okay. Looking at the weekly. Back above the 10 EMA weekly. Looking at the 60-minute. Okay, it performs all the checks. It's just a little extended right now. So you could wait on Tempest. Micron.
To really make sure that they can sustain this momentum, especially as the feedback is going on in the season.
Okay, Micron looking good, brother Bill. The 60-minute. The 60-minute looks good on Micron. Okay, so we're moving back above the 20 EMA. This looks good. Okay, Nvidia's on the move, so chips are starting to get some play. Nvidia got some a little bit more to go. Strategy, okay, that looks good. SK Hynix looks good. SOXL looks good. SPY put flies, I took those off. I'll get back in. PITX. All right, BITX strategy looks good. BITX, BITX. Gapping up. I got the 15 call. Looking good. Broadcom. Taiwan Semiconductor looking good.
SNTG.
Well, it all depends on, what your pipeline is, and where your strengths are in terms of technology or wherever it is. So it depends. And Pfizer, I'm not familiar enough, frankly, with their drug pipeline, just saying what it needs for them.
Yes, well, not record high. Let's go to the chart. I want to show you what space is doing today. As we said, that's a little bit of a pullback. You might look at Moderna, which is down 17%. My goodness, that's a big number. Let me show you the 2-day because this has to be in context. Moderna is still up 127%. I'll show you the 7-year chart of Moderna because 2021 was peak. That was when we were all excited about the vaccine stocks. But that quickly gave way. The 22 market, when that was up again, we've seen a big fall in a lot of these stocks. Flying back.
Okay, MSTR. Strategy. Little dip, little profit taking. Big gap up though. Coinbase, CONL. I have the shares. Those are up. Looking for more upside. Oracle. Okay, flat at the moment. Let's see, what's Palantir doing? Palantir. Palantir inside day could transition to an outside. Nah, I guess not for now. All right, we're still consolidating up here. This is day 8. Day 9, really. Consolidating right below that pivot. Palantir. Okay, Nvidia's up. Nvidia's up. Pre-market. Pre-market volume. It's about normal. Watching Nvidia inside day. We've got earnings next. Was it next Wednesday? Nvidia. Next Wednesday, the 26th. Nvidia looking good. Pre-market looks good. All right, let's see. FUTU, FUTO, FUTU, FUTU, Canadian Natural Resources, CNQ. NTR, just looking at stocks with high relative options. Okay, Nutrien, NTR on the move.
inflation and the guidance that it's going to continue. And so that's, typically when you have strong GDP, no recession in sight, and right now it looks like 4%.
All right, sizzle on NTR is
Kind of a sticky situation. Not sure how they're gonna bring it down. I think it's not gonna have that much impact. In fact, it's not a great signal, by the way. What is this?
NTR.
Jay-Z.
Yeah, it's really the Fed, at this point. Wonder if, apparently they, Bessent and Warsh meet every 2 weeks. Are they working in tandem? Or are they working against each other? I mean, by doing that, it looks like Bessent is attempting, to cut rates. That's essentially what that means. And yet, you've got sticky inflation. And as you saw in the last Fed meeting, 3 of the 12, a rate hike of 25 bps is justified. So it's really, I think, in the Fed's hands at this point, to either raise rates or not. So I don't think there's a lot from here that Bessent can do.
Barbara, Brooke, and Jared, good analysis here. Appreciate you coming on the show.
Okay, looking for a BNC pivot. NVIDIA is still looking good. Futures look better. Okay, we're bouncing. Let's see how far this bounce takes us. I took the put flies off right at the opening bell.
Good night keys to the sports car you spent years saving for. Good night DSLR camera, vintage diving watch, and whatever that is. He knows. And good night concerns about your stuff or anything that might happen to it because you bundled your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. The end. Oh, and good night, neighbors dog.
And halted down.
Injuries happen when you least expect. When they do, you need expert care. Right from the start. Urgent care is now expert care. Be seen 7 days a week by the experts preferred 3-to-1 over any orthopedic practice in the region, keeping the transplant community strong. Ortho SC, the strength of experience.
So here's something you didn't realize until just now. You're probably at the
Good morning.
That's right.
Not your fault, really. It's just
The same hotel has way too many residents on way too many sites. Unless, of course, you check for log.
BATG may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, NVIDIA slipping a little bit. Netflix, this is one that we are looking at long term. I'll probably do a 12 o'clock to 12:30 investing time frame analysis or commentary. I said I'd do that every couple of days. For those of you who are have investor mindsets, we have some people who aren't not in the trading room. The majority of members are not in the trading room, for what it's worth. Those of you that are in the trading room, you're a small minority. Most of the people that are members are outside of the trading room, and they may tune in. They trade off of the watch list, perhaps. Let's take a look at the watch list real quick. Listen for the weekend videos for the look ahead, or for whatever reasons there are members, they aren't necessarily in the trading room. Let's look at August 16th. All right, so looking at stocks from the watch list, Apple is up. Okay. ASML, AMD are down. Bank of America, the banks have pulled back. Banks are pulling back. Copart is up again today. Okay, I'm going to look at Netflix for you there, Frano. Not that you need my assistance. Netflix. There you are. Okay, Netflix. 1 month volatility is 30%. That's not very high. Ivy ranks 29.75%. Okay. I really, really like our prospects for Netflix. It's trending. So this is a perfect candidate for leaps, for example. or options that are further out in time, say November, December, January. I see Prano taking November. That looks good.
All of these transactions in the world of agentic, all these transactions, and they're extra. So no need to worry. No need to worry more than today. So you should do it. The world is just not ready. There's not too many agentic experiences. You feel it's gonna come. So it's sort of I'm gonna have my own agent and we'll talk and I'm gonna try. Yes, that's exactly it. And we get so those transactions which may happen.
Okay, NVIDIA turning back down. Okay, once again, let's continue to look at the stocks showing a high relative volume. Okay, Tempest is still going here. Tempest.
MHX may resume in less than a minute.
So today, when a company consumes
Pre-market relative volume.
So the way this goes is today you have some sort of contract agent company and aggregate payments and they happen to default.
You have a friend who's a CEO of 3M Europe? That's cool.
You could see a world where on a real-time basis, small microtransactions start to fly where somebody's consuming digital content, digital advertising space, digital compute that you use pay as you go, fractions of a dollar in real time. That wouldn't necessarily go through the system.
RCO may rest in 10 seconds.
Consumer transaction, trip. But these transactions can happen for intercompany payments, and we possibly will use the blockchain. That's instant, it's programmable, it can just run in the background and be operated.
All right, 3M, let's take a look at that 3M.
So we're already thinking about
When the economy is doing well, 3M generally trends. Okay. Okay, let me go here.
So we're a scale player and trust is key. So there's an equivalent of agent machines. That's done that. Established that profit law. Introduce that safety. The blockchain can be kept just as safe as
Are stable coins really going to be transformational or nice to have?
ABTC.
SGL1.
COTY.
Okay, so we've had some profit taking. We're looking for some stocks to continue. TEM continues.
Trip example, or is this a machine? So the answer is not. We're not solving for a problem. So it's not
SOXL is back up. SOXL, SOX. It's in the lower part of yesterday's range. SoFi. Okay, S&P spiders. Okay, we're just sitting here at the moment. Hedge flows. Let's see what net OI looks like for 0-day. You can see support down here at 76.50, resistance at 7,700.
JCSE. WBT.
MMA.
BIB.
S&P, nothing.
Lastly, if you look back at the tenures, national MCO study, they're losing tenures, and I hope you're here for a long time.
S&P.
Let's say you're around Lean's company for about 5 years, and you're
MMA. IREC.
So I want to go come back to our strategy. You see.
WTO.
From a strategy perspective, we have to have all
Okay, Netflix watching.
and we will continue to do the same thing today. Whatever we can,
RCA and may resume in less than a minute.
we will be. When it comes to ensuring that.
Okay, TECK, high options volume. FU2 again, FU2. Alibaba. All right, Alibaba pre-market volume was 8 times normal. Okay, where are you? There we are. Alibaba.
RCO and may res in 10 seconds.
Alibaba looks good. Okay, let's try Alibaba. Alibaba. Let's see what the options look like. That's been down. I don't like trading. I don't like trading Chinese stocks per se, but this looks pretty good. Bouncing at the 20-day. Alibaba.
One thing though, that will be a significant shift in balance in 10 years. Payments that relate to businesses and small businesses today. And within the world of systems, some screen and green screen. ERP systems that are in the back. There's a changing regulation of treasurers. It's the nicest I think we'll see a massive rejuvenation. So our business will shift.
BMNU. IJC may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, watching Alibaba. Pre-market volume, you can see over here, 8 times normal pre-market volume. The pre-market high is right there. And we're trying to push a bit higher. Our markets are kind of choppy at the moment. Alibaba, at 60-minute, you can see we're below the 20 EMA. So this would tell you caution on going long at this point. See if the buyers continue to step up on Alibaba. All the New York Fangs are fairly flat at the moment. Okay, we'll come back to this in a minute. Let's see. Stop. Okay, it's almost 10 o'clock. We're looking for opening range breakouts, stocks that are above their pre-market high with high pre-market volume.
So the best thing I do was basically clean up my card debt I had for when I was spraying since in my house. It was just so easy to get very fast money.
All right, S&P is still chopping around. Looks like we could pull back more. Okay, note The temperature, market temperature is telling us to look for downside potentially. Oracle had a nice little pop that already pulled back, giving us a red day for now. S&P still pulling back. Okay, you can see what sectors are currently active: energy, utilities, real estate, and materials. Okay, most actives over here on the right. Walmart down almost 10%. Nvidia is up basically flat. McDonald's coming off the low. Disney from the watch list is looking good. All right, it's 10 o'clock, so we'll be looking at stocks that are ready to go.
SNSC. MMA.
Welcome to Market Balance. Hopefully, we're 30 minutes into your day. Let's see what we drop. So, we have been seeing-
Yeah, Mr. Patel, it's on TradingView too. So, okay, so you can just grab the script from or add it to your chart. Alibaba looking for more upside. Okay, let's scan through the stocks that are above their pre-market highs. Okay, my strategy is below its pre-market high. Diamondback Energy above its pre-market high. About average volume, 1 times. Seagate Technology, pre-market volume is about 10 times. Seagate STX. Let's enable the daily. Seagate climbing out of the hole, it looks like. Market's still drifting a bit lower. Okay, today is a day to just kind of chill, it looks like.
result in
XOX.
interventions. There's a lot to talk about this. We're going to talk more about that in a moment. But first, let's just look at some of the other numbers and what's going on here in the market today. We've got oil prices up today, by the way, as well, and energy prices, energy stocks, I should say, are up 1.4% as a group. We are also seeing on the downside consumer discretionary and consumer staples both fall. Walmart coming out with some disappointing numbers here, and Walmart is actually in the consumer staples, not in the consumer discretionary category. If you look at retailers here, a bigger basket of retailers, you see Walmart is now tumbling like 9%. It's a really interesting result for the stock, given that the company
Coinbase, CONL, Coinbase. Okay, below its pre-market high. A lot of stocks gap down with the index. All right, so we've got a bearish tilt today. All right, Keurig Dr. Pepper is good. Pre-market volume's kind of low. Keurig Dr. Pepper.
Other retailers like Kohl's and Dick's Sporting Goods are under pressure here today, as well as we're sort of in the thick of retail liquidity season. So we'll continue to watch this space.
Pre-market, just kind of sitting here. Keurig Dr. Pepper, App Lovin'. Okay, above the pre-market high, but fading. CoreWeave, CRWV. What's Tempest doing? Tempest, continuation, Tempest AI. Is that the opening range high right now? Tempest AI.
And they rest 10 seconds.
So the 10-year nominal rate of around 5% is a critical threshold at which we have seen, at least historically, that there's a negative correlation which kicks in between bond yield and equities.
There's no hurry to jump into the markets right now. Markets have a bearish tilt.
SNSC may resume in less than a minute.
Growth is decent. Inflation is broadly contained.
RCO and halted to the upside.
And earnings are not up. And so even if the yields go up,
We do have positive gamma, so there is that.
Watching where we head. Now, the closer we start heading toward 5, then for equity, it is something to watch. It has negative implications. And the principal channel to percolate into the equity market is right? And in fact,
Tempest AI. Let's see, is Pelosi still in? Any congressional people in Tempest AI? Let me just check.
SNSC may rest 10 seconds.
Tremendous momentum in those earnings going forward, and yet multiples contracting for a host of reasons. Primarily, on one hand, some concern around the AI narrative, and now on top of it, macro concern, mainly around unmoved price share, the deficits, the term premium bond investors are demanding, and the longer term rates, all these are linked at some point.
And so recognizing that you're more focused on the equity side of your outlook on bonds and as they feed back into stocks, right?
Tempest AI. Pelosi's still in Tempest AI. Strike price. The 50 call. She's got 50 call options at the 20 strike. Okay, so they're doing well here. Tempest AI at the high of the day.
I'm coming in from a broad strategy perspective. One is that note that after the financial crisis in 2008, you had a long period of extraordinarily low interest rates. That was hard to model. So you can make a strong case that the levels we are right now are more normal. The market has dealt with it in the past, and it will in the future.
MMA may resume
At
in
the
less
same
than a
time,
minute.
look at corporate America. In managing the period of relatively higher interest rates. So I don't think the level of interest rates right now is a big concern. But there is a bigger concern in the sense that
Okay, Walmart down here at the lows. Walmart. Just going to be a buy down here. Walmart. Let's see, any lows? Yeah, I'll leave Walmart alone. You might be able to scalp this one for a bounce. Walmart. I like to see a base 7-8 days. Not in a hurry. Moderna. What's Moderna doing? Moderna had a big day yesterday, selling. Inside day today. BMNR. Is that it? BMNR? BMNR. Bitmine Immersion Technologies gapping up. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day. It's at the opening range high. Pre-market high is overhead. It's trading. Pre-market volume was 11 times normal compared to the previous 5 trading sessions. Okay, that's the pre-market. It trades 24 hours, right? No, 4 o'clock. All right, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Nice volume pre-market. All right, Coinbase. Okay, that still looks good. Alibaba, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Alibaba. Tempest AI. Okay, looking for follow through. All right, we got a crossover on the moving averages. Be careful here if you took this long.
And the GSV upside is coming from down to the institutional side. This is something to do with the willingness market.
Okay, so if the institutions though are mostly fully invested already, then as you said, where's that buyer from? Is it going, is there something that's going to get retail investors?
Okay, all the New York Fangs are just sitting here doing much of nothing. New York Fang. Okay, New York Fang. Okay, so we have an inside day. This is a barometer for me. If New York Fang is bullish, it'll be pretty obvious. If it's neutral, that'll also be obvious, or bearish, equally so. Right now, we're neutral, doji. If I look at the up-down volume, it's probably going to be 1-to-1 across the board, which is telling you neither bulls or bears are winning. Yep, 1-to-1 on the NASDAQ composite, 1.6 on the SPY down, 1.8 down. So there's a little bit of a fade bias to the markets today. 3-to-1 down on the Dow Industrials. Let's go look at the Dow Industrials. We were just looking at that before. Okay, Chevron. We're looking for stocks that don't have wicks on the top of their candles. Disney from the watch list. Travelers Insurance. Visa. Cisco, no. NVIDIA, no. 3M, not at the moment. 3M's at all-time highs for what it's worth. S&P 500. Coinbase is up $7. Buyers at the low of the day. You see that wick on the bottom of that candle? So let's go take a look at Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase.
And within the peak of the low points are in August and September. So we're in that phase. Second is the single biggest phenomenon.
Okay, Coinbase, got buyers at the low of the day. We are breaking the downtrend. Breaking the downtrend, which is telling you this is probably going to be good for a while. All right, so we're breaking this downtrend. Still early. We need to get above this 181 zone. But it looks good, Coinbase, so far. I would just sit tight for now. The markets are flat to lower. When I say flat, I mean neutral. Neutral to lower. It's starting to bounce a little bit, but bear flags continue. S&P 500 bear flags continue.
NSC magazine listed.
Well, at this point, I think it's too early, but our preliminary number does suggest that earnings are going to decelerate next year. Because then it starts to keep this pace up. And we hope to be clocking the high 20s.
LITX.
And last year, it was important.
WLL.
My own estimate, as of now, we have earnings growing 15%.
Let's see, Baba, Coinbase, mRNA. What's Hims and Hers doing? Hims and Hers on the Hims and Hers. Disney looks okay. HIMS. Hims and Hers looks good. Hims and Hers. Hims and Hers. Okay.
And we are indeed in the next one of the biggest transformative technology changes happening. And we're in an important phase of winners and losers, which is why despite in the extreme, we're recognized, for example, in terms of correlation between sectors, within sectors, even between
Hims and Hers. 5 times normal option volume on Hims and Hers. Okay, let's look at Hims and Hers. This might be a trade as well. Hims and Hers pulling back presently from the pre-market high. So we'll wait, see if we can take that out right now. Yesterday, we had a really good trend on Apple that already pulled back. Microsoft, inside day for now. Microsoft. Okay, so all of these stocks are telling me the same thing. Hims and Hers, they're all pulling back from the highs. So people taking profits in the strength. With futures still off a bit. Okay, futures, that's Microsoft. That's Microsoft. Sorry about that. Got the wrong symbol in here. Okay. Future.
Switch today and get Spectrum Fiber Power Internet for just $40 a month. Call or go online.
LABT. PC magazine less than a minute. ST magazine less than a minute.
Futures continue to fade. We're down 30 plus handles.
Ideas featuring bold apparel, so you can wear and share your brand in custom t-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Just think it like it's in prison with Vistaprint. Print your article with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
Only may rest in 10 seconds. ST may rest in 10 seconds. SNSC halted down.
IPST.
CAST.
PCLA. CDTG.
We've already claimed an CLA. CLA vaulted to the upside.
TCT.
Hims and hers looking for the bounce at VWAP.
Shifting profit targets and AI for reshaping the post-pandemic commercial real estate landscape. How does this move to momentum? Wow, let's talk about it. JLL CEO
And 30 may resume in less than a minute.
Good to see you, Christian.
PCLA.
I want to start out. What's going on with financial conditions right now? Because that has been such a hot topic. Bond yields, of course, as go higher. You talked in a recent report how you've been seeing things.
All right, market's pretty quiet at the moment. Just sitting tight. Hims and hers trying to push above the 50-day. Looks pretty good on the daily. As long as it doesn't get rejected. What was earnings? Earnings. August the 10th, they missed. Earnings growth had dropped dramatically, I guess because of the Wagovia, whatever that product is they stopped selling.
SSPC.
SPY looks like it could continue to move lower.
I would say it was pretty good. About 3 weeks ago, what I've seen in the last 3 weeks, that's quite a increase. So it would be nice if we were to see a bit of a pause of that increase so that market can adapt. Whether there is a moment where people would say stop for now, it's hard to say. It's more psychology than facts, because on the other hand, cost of capital goes up and the prices of real estate will come down to offset that.
Okay, Bollinger Bands are coming together. It's telling us to look for consolidation. Bollinger Bands are coming together. They're stopping the spread per se. All right, SPY is starting to bounce here.
IPST.
Well, I mean,
Jay-Z.
At pre-pandemic level was 2019. 2019 was a very, very strong year for offices. And so being at 91% now, that is very close to one of the top years. So I think we should be happy with that type of level. We may go up a little bit more, but I think we should all be happy. And also transaction volumes have recovered very significantly. The second quarter was very strong for transaction volumes. And especially in specific sectors, when you look at U.S. industrial, went up 49% quarter-over-quarter in its transaction volumes. Offices are also very strong in transaction volumes. Offices going up by 17%. So retail going up by 8%. So we shouldn't be complaining about the market environment we have in commercial real estate at the moment.
I'm curious to know what kind of real estate ripple effect we're seeing. Data centers in a separate category than commercial, but are there sort of supplier ripple effects? Is there also any kind of capital crowding out effect that you're seeing?
All right, still bear flags on the S&P. Hims and hers trying to bounce. Tempest faded back to VWAP. Moderna, what's it doing today? Moderna turning off the low. Moderna.
centers, but very rarely those sites would look for something else. So I would put it in a separate bucket. It just takes a lot of attention up the law and also in local communities, and so that may have repercussions also in comparison to potential new developments of logistics centers or other industrial developments.
And are you seeing more demand in things like industrial developments that are sort of related to the data center build?
Well, we'll say we see tremendous demand for industrial development, for logistic development, for modern warehouses. And that is not kind of a surprise. We have been talking about that for quite a while, that this is coming. And you see it very strongly in the
Okay, for now,
US leasing.
markets are starting to bounce. We'll see if we get any
And so there are many reasons for
coordinated bounces here. We got Moderna turning up. That was a big day yesterday. Moderna, we had Bitcoin up quite a bit, looking for Coinbase to bounce, looking for Bitcoin to follow through more than just one day. BTC. Okay, so it looks pretty good so far. Strategy, gapped up, trying to hold. S&P spiders turning up. A nice little pop back up above VWAP. Given what we're seeing with up-down volume, I would say we still have a slight leaning bearish, more than a slight leaning bearish. 1-to-1 down on the NASDAQ composite, 1.6 on the New York Stock Exchange, 2-to-1 down on the SPY, greater than 2-to-1 down on the Qs. Dow Industrials are down, and IWM is down. Okay. What is our Netflix is just holding. Broadcom trying to turn up. Broadcom. Inside day, Broadcom. Back below the 50-day, Broadcom. Looking at the stocks on the top of the NASDAQ 100, let's look at these real quick. LITE, that was down yesterday along with a few others. LITE with the opening range breakout. LITE opening range breakout. Going.
Well, I think this means that the Trump administration is trying to do everything they can to move forward and foster crypto in this country, as that legislation is actually stalled in the Senate. And as we said, the president convening a meeting on Wednesday.
BITX, let's see, BITX. It's flat right now. High of the day is 15, 10.
And the president said that executives really need to work with U.S. regulators. There were nearly 24 executives present at that meeting, including the CEOs of Coinbase, Robinhood, and the Winklevoss twins. Notably absent, however, were CEOs of the prediction markets. Also on hand were the chairs of the SEC and the CFTC. And coming on the same day, Wednesday, that the
BITX.
Jonathan Gould announced that
Volume looks good.
is going to be finalizing the issuances of stable coins, and that issuers will be able to start putting in applications in January to begin issuing these payment stable coins. And this is critical for stable coin issuance. This was put forth by the Genius Act that was passed last July that established a federal framework for regulating stable coins. And this can also be positive, believe it or not, for banks, the way the OCC has proposed this rule, because it had earlier said that third parties should be barred from paying yields on stable coins. Now, also this week, that was the Federal Review, the Securities Exchange Commission also proposed a new rule that would allow startups to raise money through tokens without triggering
Only made rest in 10 seconds.
And this has been a long outstanding gap. Actually, the SEC is now offering a roadmap for this, how one could raise money without triggering security law. They offered some big exemptions there to try to release the skids, if you will. And then today, the Commodities Futures Commission is going to have its first ever Innovation Advisory Council meeting in which they are expecting.
Yeah, Grover, positive gamma.
Jen, thank you so much. So we'll see if anything actually comes out of all of this. Appreciate it. Yes. Whether it's going to come out of it or not, let's see.
Let's see. Looking forward.
Bitcoin itself is up more than 80%. We're seeing
TPG is in less than a minute.
Today. I also wanted to just take a closer look at Bitcoin itself year to date. So here's a year to date chart of Bitcoin. We know that it has really not performed well, but then we put this simple moving average on here. We've seen this breakout all the way on the right side of Bitcoin above that moving average. So this latest breakout above 70,000 is really quite significant given the downward pressure that we've had on Bitcoin overall. Something else I wanted to point out is what we've been seeing in shares of MicroStrategy, which strategy I should say is called. There we've seen a breakout as well, and it's been much smaller, but this is also a stock that has easily been punished this year, even in comparison with what we've seen in Bitcoin. So a little bit of the breakout there. Trending on the Yahoo Finance platform, that people utilize crypto, and of course we look at a lot of stuff. Crypto, MicroStrategy, strategy shares. Old habits die hard. Strategy shares are up about 5.5% today. And as we take a look at this data of Yahoo Finance's Alpha Space platform, I should point out you can access all of those professional grade tools by scanning the QR code on the screen. Coming up, Walmart's chief financial officer will discuss the state of the consumer and the retailer's adoption of enterprise. Right here.
You see, no,
At the EST may rest in 10 seconds.
what?
See if the game.
Watch it.
Then halted down.
That's why. It's a message board.
CAST.
Skippable part of this one.
Yes, it is.
CC Valley halted down.
Most important thing, anyone cares for it. Find a walker. Exactly which trash can.
At the EST halted down.
You get it.
I mean,
Okay, the markets are telling me to stay neutral right now. We got a couple of stocks that are moving, but most of these things are just sitting here doing nothing. Okay, LITE, opening range breakout, but pulling back now. Tempest AI. Tempest, what are you doing, Tempest? Okay, trying to bounce. Baba pulling back.
Because no matter what you're figuring out, we're going to make it possible. The print you're possible, 20% off your first order at vistaprint.com.
For earnings out of Walmart this morning, stock is under a little bit of pressure. Walmart CFO John David Marini, that's not stopping it.
Okay, Microsoft, a little sneaky bid here. Microsoft, not expecting much today, but we are coming off the low. Inside day.
CTG may resume in less than a minute.
What difference you saw?
All right, Netflix fading a bit. Netflix.
Yeah, let me start with Ryan with the headline, which we see the top line on the currency adjusted basis of 5%, for EPS 19%. So really strong quarter. Maybe we'll talk more about that in a second, but there has been a lot of focus on the U.S. comp or the Walmart U.S. business. That grew at about 2.5%. That's impacted quite notably by our health and wellness business. Now, our health and wellness business is about 10% of the overall U.S. business, and there are two things we're looking at. Last year, we had about 100 basis point tailwind related to the GLP. This year, we have a headwind related to maximum fair pricing legislation of about 120 basis points. So when you want to look at how our business is doing, I think we have to adjust for it. And if you do, we suggest the U.S. comp is about 3.5%, which is right in line with what it's been over the last 19 quarters. So we feel good about how the business is doing overall. It's strong. We have seen some incremental pressure on the consumer though, relative to the beginning of the year. And perhaps it's stating the obvious with higher gas prices. As we go through the quarter, the last quarter, certainly when gas prices ticked up about $4 a gallon, I think there's a bit of a psychological impact to that. And we could see among our customers that they were being more choiceful, needing to make some trade-offs. And so I think everyone is looking for lower level of gas prices, lower level of inflation overall. But the thing is like we're going to be there for our customers, whether it's a time where their wallets are stretched or if it's more of an expansionary type of economy.
What if they trade off online?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, Brian, because if we were to go back and we were having this conversation a year ago, we were talking about this.
All right, so the bias right now, the markets are showing weakness.
It's almost as if there was some trade-offs within necessities.
It's 10:34 already.
That's not what we want, and that's why we've been, I think, aggressive in many areas to provide lower prices.
Got a lot of positive gamma. This is non-zero day. Here's 0 day. Looking at net open interest. We're right in between support and resistance still. Got positive gamma around us, all that purple. If we look back a week, you can see the difference. A lot of red, a lot of negative gamma. Even as close as Monday, Tuesday, had a lot of negative gamma into the close on Tuesday. Wednesday, yesterday, and today.
And so if you think about Uni was up on a comp basis about 5% before 70% of that growth came from new brands like the most we say behind me here on the display. And so as we're providing more brands to appeal to a broader cohort of customers, they're certainly coming in. But we believe why we're getting that share is what we offer for convenience. 70% of the units that we deliver in e-commerce are delivered same day or better. And in fact, year over year, we saw a 100% improvement in the number of units that we're shipping in less than 6 minutes. That's something that most demographics, but certainly the higher income consumers.
MMA may rest in 10 seconds. AAI.
What does that cause you to do? And they are those price cuts.
Walmart.
AAOG.
Okay, still moving lower.
And market share, we tell that. And as I said, we're gaining market share. So we feel really good about that. Of the market share gains that we made, a lot of that is coming through our fast delivery. So it underscores the importance of convenience in addition to value. So having an omni-channel business is really important in the environment that we're operating in. On price gaps, we really like where we are. In many cases, we're actually right now.
Okay, once again, Coinbase, Moderna, mRNA, fading, NTES. What's NTAP doing? NTAP Looking for that to turn back up. Marvell. Marvell looks good. It's trending above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute.
Which is usually a very good indicator back to school, has gone exceedingly well. So we're super excited about that. But you look at what some of the items.
Marvell trending above the 60-minute 20 EMA. Okay, we're bouncing again. Let's see what Marvell looks like. Oh, shoot. Marvell. Marvell. Let's see, Marvell. Pre-market high, low relative volume in the pre-market. Just grinding along today. A lot of stocks are just sitting here doing not much of anything. NASDAQ, Diamondback Energy. Okay, you see everything is like flat at VWAP for now. Seagate Technology, that's trending. It's above its opening range high. Seagate trying to get back into regain what it lost to start the week, dropped below the 50-day. Same thing with Micron. Okay, Micron is just sitting here near the highs of the session. Micron, SOXL, climbing out of the dip that it took yesterday. We're trying to go for the opening range high, SOXL. NVIDIA turning. Shorts covering. 10-year yield chopping around. 10-year, thank you, dollar. What's the junk bonds look like? Junk bonds. All right, junk is back below the 50-day. Neutral. The 50-day is fairly flat. The green line flattening out again. The 200-day is slight downward slope. Let's look at the Japanese yen versus the US dollar. Okay.
I think everybody sort of finds their sea legs when they go into a new role, but we're really pleased with the progress we're making.
The yen hasn't gone anywhere. Highs and lows for the weeks. It's in the lower half of the range. What I'm looking at here on the yen, got to pay attention to the yen. Okay, so it's basically in a range, lower part of a range. The 200 days right overhead, RSI is flat. Everything's flat, so nothing to see here for now. Okay, the markets are not moving. We got a doji, so trying to squeeze something out of this, you got to find the most active stocks. I've been looking at them all morning. Even the most active stocks aren't doing a whole lot. Let's see, GFI, that's Goldfields, right? All right, gold. All right, so check your favorite gold stocks.
Let me guess. Chicago?
You know it. Hotel? SNXX. This August, your RV life starts RTG. Campers and RV get a new Forest River trailer for just $100.
NVIDIA. Let's see. NVDX. Doji for now. Doji, if it gets, if it pushes a bit more here, Ursel.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills updated. That's why at University of Maryland Global Campus, we offer an affordable, skills-based education that helps push your capabilities and career forward. We'll equip you with the know-how to apply emerging technologies like AI, data science, and automation. Whether you want to move up or move on to something new, UMGC can teach you the skills you need to succeed again. No application fee if you apply September 1st at umgc.edu.
If you're still not sure about triangle grip underwear, we need to talk. Knits are perfect for period, light laterally, and even wet. They look and feel amazing, machine washable, and keep you protected. No matter wear them at the back or completely replace what you're using. You can shop from tons of colors and styles from the leading Lakewood brand in North America. Millions have made the switch. So let's try and Knits.com. What do I feel when I wear an wireless bra? I feel nothing. Nada.
What do you feel? Okay.
So,
SMSX.
how does it feel?
How does it
SNDU.
feel?
Exactly.
USDE.
This difference helps bring your ideas to life with easy-to-use design tools, recommended support, and all the products you need and prices you can feel good about. Just think it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com. For that matter, starting Wednesday after reporting a successful late-stage trial of their melanoma vaccine made it in partnership with each other. Today's years of
All right, we're starting to bounce S&P. Netflix is still fading. Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Okay, it's still trending. If it were to lose the 20 EMA, that's where we would stop out. Little fade, push higher, fade, push higher, fade, higher highs, higher lows. It's trending.
The standard of care Keytruda or Keytruda in this new mRNA-based vaccine that really identifies antigens created by the cancer, so it's personalized to each individual. That's really expensive. But the results are pretty amazing. At 2.5 years, there was an absolute decline of recurrence of the cancer coming back by 20%. And at 5 years, a 50% reduction.
ECLA may resume in less than a minute.
And these are for very advanced cancers and really horrible kind of cancer. It's just mind-boggling. And I think
EST may resume in less than a minute.
90% or something shows this is a real transformation. And it's not the only cancer being looked at.
All right, NVIDIA continuation. NVIDIA.
We are in this golden age of cancer treatment where immunotherapy now vaccines are really.
And as I understand it, it wasn't necessarily an LLM or generative AI that played into this slide. Right?
Okay, NVIDIA, it's an inside day for now, but it looks pretty good. It's trending. It's above VWAP. Looks good. These happy people really are annoying. All right, what's silver doing? Silver, SLV. I see Cayman talking here. It's above the pre-market high, opening range breakout. Silver continuation. All right, let's look at silver. Longer term, silver looks good.
absolutely long haul perspective. We have to give more money to younger researchers rather than established researchers to take more high-risk research. But there's no way PNCD is going to generate $50 billion year on year on year. Drug companies aren't investing in basic kinds of research. It's only once it's gotten to the more proven to be more commercially viable are they stepping in. So that the idea that private sector is going to do this is an illusion. And by the way, it's not just biology, chemistry, physics, all sorts of areas of research. We shouldn't limit it just to, health. There's many areas of research where we need progress. And you can't tell where the progress is, right? So we now have AI informing biology. We would have predicted that just 3 or 4 years ago.
Right, so sometimes you just need to do it for pure science, and then you'll find out.
You can't say it better than 100%.
I'm not worried more about means for the broader biotech industry. That's something.
MSTZ.
My name is Daniel Perry. Currently, I work as a additive manufacturing engineer, working on rocket engines. Autodesk is one of the most impactful software of the first company to develop this. Anyone with a laptop or in some cases cabinets, could be modeling, rendering, a bunch of other things. For now, part of my workflow as a variety of other things. A lot of that initial understanding experience came from this.
All right, we're just kind of sitting here looking for a follow through. NVIDIA, a little profit taking there. NVIDIA. Silver looking good.
My PST may resume in less than a minute.
Silver continues to rally.
I'm really trying to sort of put this in context here and figure out what it means for what is next now in cancer research. And it's the assumption on the part of that this is only the beginning, that we're going to see this kind of technology.
My PST may rise in 10 seconds.
It's a great question. So, I mean, yesterday we got kind of fantastic results.
Silver.
Emphasized we are now seeing pivotal trial or phase 3 registrational proof. These platforms can be applicable in cancer, not just in respiratory diseases and vaccines that we've seen before. We know that Moderna has a long list of other cancer types that they are beginning to study this in. So we've got other phase 3s in lung cancer, phase 2s in kidney cancer and bladder cancer, some for melanoma and lung cancer. So some really kind of large opportunities here. And certainly I think even with the pullback today, the reaction in the Moderna stock was not just a reflection of the melanoma indication, and not just even a reflection of this INT opportunity and studies that are already but also a reflection of the excitement of Moderna's platform and potential application movement here in the long term.
As you put on your note, one of the questions that we have, because this product is not to market yet, this is a late stage trial, is how much it's gonna cost. And cancer treatment can already be quite costly, especially for more rare forms of cancer. So, you know, how are you thinking about pricing, where it should be priced? Is it going to be
Silver.
cheaper than existing treatments? What do we prefer?
Yeah, it's a good question, and obviously pricing varies around the world and in different markets. But if we think about the US, I think there's a couple of kind of goalposts out there to consider. The first is the classic immunotherapies that we have today, so Keytrudas and Opdivos. These are the kinds of background therapies that this product is being.
Silver looks good on the 60-minute 20 MA.
$200,000 per year, without kind of any of the discounts of kind of existing system being incorporated. The upper end of the range that you could be contemplating is something more like a CAR-T therapy. Those are, again, individualized in the same way that this mRNA is individualized, but are much more complex in the sense that you're actually formulating cells for the patient rather than formulating mRNA strands, which is a simpler process. And that would put you in the range of $500,000 or more for the course. Those drugs, those interventions are cured by. This is obviously a massive gain, a clear outcome that strongly improves patients' likelihood of survival in the long run. And it's not necessarily at the cure rate level that we can, and the data we have for the CAR-T, it very from different patient populations. So that can be range where we're likely to see these drugs, these interventions to fall between.
Silver looking good.
Or is Winter sort of the clear leader here, or are there other exciting areas that we need to work?
Yeah, I mean, Moderna is being very, very committed to their mRNA platform. They do not study any other interventions outside of mRNA. They're looking at the application, as I mentioned, in vaccines, which are already seen in market. They're looking at the application of therapeutics, oncology, INT being first, also in rare diseases, as well as a long list of other kind of concepts that haven't yet made it fully into their pipeline. There are others also playing in mRNA. You might think of BioNTech. They were also a big partner with Pfizer in the mRNA vaccines space. They are also looking at a similar type therapy. They're a little different in that Moderna's perhaps targets more neoantigens that might be presented on the tumor, up to 34, whereas BioNTech's targets up to
a PST vaulted to the upside.
Results in the early study that BioNTech intervention. But I think we're also learning that it's not just the drug or the intervention itself, it's also the way you apply it. Getting clearer on which types of patients and more likely to respond, those early stage patients, those immune sensitive cancers, may be moving forward some experience as well.
I'm curious about your perspective as well on something.
Okay, S&P just sitting here. Selling premium is a good idea as well. Above and below these levels, okay? So selling premium above when we're at the highs. Selling premium below when we hit the low and turn back up, you sell below 76.50 or so, 76.25 or so. Okay, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. The markets aren't moving much. Let me leave this on silver for now. Silver.
Go into drug development discovery over the long run. It's very much kind of primarily led by industry. There's a really long journey between those two time points and kind of going from the early research through to actually a clinically marketed product or a phase 3 product like we're speaking today. So this would be kind of 10 or 15 years before we begin to feel the effects of some of the changes in investment in the NIH we've also got other things playing a role and in kind of how we're going to be able to continue to discover drugs. We've obviously got AI beginning to play a role and kind of perhaps helping us to explore new areas, better understand areas where we have foundational research, and maybe us to think about
Silver going here. Silver. Nice call there, Cayman. Opening range breakout on silver. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
impacting calendar discoveries that are involved with the development. Yeah, really interesting time indeed, as you said, to be covering the industry for you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. What do you have to think?
If you're gonna brag, you better back it up. You've got over 20,000 levels.
CD teaching. MM.
Stephen. BABX.
MM.
TWST. A PST may resume in less than a minute.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
BTCT. MM.
USDE.
JZ. CPTG.
A PST may rest in 10 seconds. TWST.
BTCT.
HUT. IOBA. MARA.
IPST. JZ. CDTG.
HUT. HIBE. IOBA. MARA.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
IPST. CDTG.
Zero DTE,
GLUP
call
may
stream.
halted. CRCG. MARA. HIBE.
IPST.
GLU, may halted. CRCG.
CDTG.
I love gold. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep
IPST.
puts. Spider pulse. Long dated. 0DTE put strip. SpaceX. Long dated. SpaceX. Long dated. Q's pulse. Long dated. Intel pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Holy cow. SPX calls.
IPST.
Zero DTE put strip. Marvel pulse. Long dated. Holy cow.
MMA.
SPX calls.
STKH.
BMNU. CRCG.
HUIZ. STKH.
IBIT pulse. Crypto is for real this time. Long
ACTU.
dated.
HUIZ.
CRCG.
Holy
BMNU.
cow. SPX
HIVE.
put. Holy cow. SPX calls.
IPST. HUIZ.
All right, silver doing well. Nice move on silver. Thanks to the heads up from Cayman earlier.
HIVE.
HUIZ.
Holy cow. SPX put.
GLU. A may resume in less than a minute.
Silver, I just took a little bit
Holy
off.
cow. SPX calls.
GLUP may resume in less than a minute.
INDP.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
All right, we're starting to see some profit taking here.
GLU. A may res in 10 seconds.
INDP.
Okay, one EMA. I mean, the 1 minute chart looks like it's about ready to cross over.
Holy cow. SPX put.
GLUP A may res in 10 seconds.
Holy cow. SPX.
Thanks, Cayman. That was a nice game. That was a nice rally.
Away. Long dated.
Silver. Okay, you can hear Discord also telling us about some trades. Silver.
Spider pulse. Long dated.
Okay, silver also showing up. Okay, we're getting a crossover now, folks, so be careful.
ECTU.
Zero DTE put strip. SP exports, long dated.
Looks like profit taking would definitely scale out a little bit.
Spider pulse, long dated. Zero DTE put strip.
Okay, first profit taking. Let's see if we can follow through on this.
Zero DTE put strip. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE puts. Size.
All right, S&P, no progress. No progress.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
Okay, watching. See if we can get another leg higher here.
Zero DTE call strip.
Okay, the 3 and 9 EMA are turning back up again. Potentially.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
Trying to turn back up, silver.
Zero DTE call sign. Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE call strip.
Looks like it's going to go again.
Long dated. Zero DTE.
Okay, here we go. Silver looks like it wants to go again. All right, we're going again, it looks like.
Zero DTE put strip.
40 deltas for 28 August are going for $1.36. Bid $1.42 offer. That's a 63 strike. Let's see. Hims and hers, that's still fading a bit. Hims and hers. There it goes. Breaking out.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
There it goes.
Zero DTE put strip.
Bye-bye. Nice.
Hi ho silver. Away. Long dated. Zero DTE.
That cracks me up. Hi ho silver. Okay.
VIX pulse. Zero
Silver
DTE.
going some more.
Zero DTE put strip. Size. Zero DTE call sign. Size. Zero DTE put strip.
BTCT. JZ.
Zero DTE call strip. XRPT. SPX pulse. Long dated. Tesla pulse. Long dated. STLR halted.
BTCT. JZ.
Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
BTCT.
Zero DTE call strip.
All right, looks good.
BTCT.
Okay. Silver. See if we can't get more out of this, right? Got to stretch. Okay, it's 11:16. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. Couple hours into the trading day, the opening range window is going to be closing shortly at 11:30. Not that that matters. The markets are just kind of dead anyway. We have a few things that are moving. Silver's one of them, thanks to Cayman for the heads up this morning. Silver's still trending. Implied volatility is pretty low. It's at 51%. IV rank is 29%. Silver.
BTT may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, silver looking good.
STLC may resume in less than a minute.
Moving averages are climbing. Let's see what they're going to do here. Silver.
CONO. FBTT may rise in 10 seconds. NCI.
Silver. What are options look like? What do options look like on silver? Thinking about selling some premium silver. All of this implied volatility picking up. Where's silver? Silver. Silver. Interesting. Okay, it is at the high of the day now. If you're chasing it up here, the odds of a move against you are increasing. Doesn't mean we can't continue to move higher. Moving averages have yet to cross over again. If I go to the 2-minute chart, they probably did not cross. Okay, so you can see they did not cross the 2-minute chart. Okay, so sticking with the trade so far, silver. All right, 60-minute is trending. All right, so we'll have another opportunity on silver if you weren't trading it from the opening range breakout or pre-market highs. Okay, silver from the pre-market highs. Pre-market volume was 1.28 times normal compared to the previous 5 trading sessions. We moved above the pre-market level early in the morning. Let's see. That is at, hard to see, it's behind the time. Okay, we moved above the pre-market high right there on that candle at 9:34 a.m. Volume continued in. We got opening range breakouts at 10:10 and then again at 10:34 with volume spiking to 1.5 times normal. Then took off to the upside. And now we're starting to see some profit taking. Good idea to take some profits off at the highs. Okay, it's 11:22 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just watching silver to see if it has more energy. There's more to this move. All right. Silver currently up 3.5%. Silver is currently up 3.5% on the day. For the week, silver for the week is up 6.25%. Actually, no, that's not right. That's not right. Silver is up 6.17% for the week. You can see what silver's doing here. We're changing trends on the weekly, the daily. Okay, don't buy the high today. I do like silver for more, but let's see if we get a B and C pivot or if it bounces before we get a crossover on the 2-minute chart. The 3 and the 9 EMA, David, if you were watching that video last night, the 3 and the 9 EMA or the 3 and the 8 EMA, whatever you use, if we cross over, we're already starting to show signs of a bit more profit taking. That was a nice move. 6% move is good. Just keep doing that every day. Opening range breakouts. Let's see, what else did we have? Strategy, MSTR. Moving back up. Pre-market high. Overhead. All right, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is above its opening range. Actually, Bitcoin trades 24/7, so it's hard to say. But 10 o'clock, noted the 10 o'clock high. We're just on top of it. LITE, these have been active. LITE, opening range breakout. Don't buy it now. Look for a dip. Seagate Technology, pulling back. All right, a lot of stocks are taking a break now. Diamondback Energy. Marvell. Marvell was active this morning. Okay. Nice little roll off coming off the low. Nvidia pulled back. Netflix just bounced. Netflix bouncing off the low. Flat VWAP overhead, looking for prices to move back to VWAP and stay there. Not looking for big moves today with the markets flat. Down volume leading for the most part. We got junk bonds back down below the 50-day. And all references point to just taking it easy right now. We got 1-to-1 down volume on the NASDAQ composite. Let's go take a look at the composite. COMPQ. Composites pulling back. XII, the Arca Institutional Index, fading a bit. New York Stock Exchange, when in doubt, I always check the New York Stock Exchange. It's not falling off. It's just sitting here consolidating recent gains for the previous 2 weeks. And what else did I want to look at? Just lost my train of thought. New York Stock Exchange. Oh, the equal weight index, removing the weight of the top 10 big tech names that weigh this down a little bit, the S&P. It's in a range. Looks worse on the S&P. Cash. Doji, the 21 days right there. We're coming into the end of August, seasonally in one of the weaker months of the year. The good thing is, and I was thinking about this pre-market as I was doing my pre-market homework. The rest of the year should be pretty good. Now, there's a caveat with respect to midterm elections. They tend to have pullbacks. This year, we didn't have the pullback we did back in 2018 during Trump's first term when we had midterm elections. However, there is that caveat. So net, we should be higher by the end of the year. So this dip is going to be an opportunity. This dip will be an opportunity. Netflix still pushing higher. You could sell more put credits. Oh, what happened to my Discord alerts? There we go. Speaking of SpaceX, let's look at SpaceX real quick. No follow through. SpaceX just moving lower. Tempest AI, TEM, Tempest AI. Okay.
0 DTE, Colza,
Was very active yesterday. Tempest
0
AI.
DTE put strip. Size.
No openings breakout. No opening range breakout yet. Got 2 minutes to go. No furious volume. Daily looks good. We know Pelosi is always in this one. Has been in this one, I should say.
Size.
CRCG. FBDT may resume in less than a minute.
INTP.
SLS.
Tempest AI. Okay. Sizzle on Tempest AI. Let me just check this again real quick. Tempest AI sizzle right now is at 11 times normal. Okay.
FBDT may res in 10 seconds. SLS.
SanDisk pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
CRCG. TEMT.
Okay, so that's in play. Says 11 times normal. That's 11 times volume. Okay, let's go see what options they're buying. TEM. TEM. That's TE. That's TE. I'm not interested in TE. I'm interested in TEM. Okay, so we've got a nice bit of call buying.
Long dated.
RTES.
TEM.
Bitcoin Ponzi pulse. Long dated. Bitcoin Ponzi pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE puts. Size.
All right, so we're coming into 11:30. Just doing a little bit of taking a little bit of notes here. Okay.
Micron pulse, long dated.
CBTG. INDP.
BTG may resume in less than a minute.
Hi-ho silver, away, long dated. 0 DTE puts. Size.
CBTG.
NBIS, long dated.
SMCZ. FBDT may res in 10 seconds.
Q's pulse, long dated.
TEM.
0 DTE, call stream.
Okay, looks good. TEM.
0 DTE, put strip. Size.
CBTG.
SMCZ.
All right, the S&P is just sitting here doing much of nothing. TEM. What's silver doing? Silver, is it done for now? Silver. All right, so we're fading here, profit taking on silver for now, looking for a B and C pivot. Okay, so we already have A up here. Our A pivot, looking for B and C. Does it come back to VWAP? We'll see. Tempest AI, that one's been active. Tempest AI.
0 DTE, put strip. Size.
SpaceX moving lower.
Call stream.
SpaceX moving lower. Silver, if you want to sell premium on silver, the pullback is going to help. Okay, I'd probably sell something like the 50s or something like that. 50, sell a 50, buy a 45, or sell a 50, buy a 40, 10 wide, 5 wide or 10 wide. You're probably decent premium. We'll price that out here. Let's see. Silver will go out to September. That's 29 days. 29 days. Let's see what the options tell us.
0 DTE.
A 20 delta, nothing. There's no premium. There's no premium. Never mind. There's no premium. Silver, not worth the risk. Here goes Tempest AI. It's past 11:30, so the window to trigger a opening range breakout signal is past, but that doesn't mean the stock can't continue. Looks pretty good. TEM starting to hear some activity. TEM is hearing activity. Okay, TEM.
0 DTE, put strip. Size.
TEM.
TEMT.
All right, TEM looks good.
Zero DTE NVIZ size.
TEM.
G1.
SSPC.
Zero DTE call stream.
INDP.
BE
GYGY. NVIZ.
G1. IBST.
AMD pulse. Long dated.
G1. IBST.
Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE call stream.
Okay. Getting a little quiet today, which is fine.
G1. IBST. INDP.
Zero DTE call side.
Silver still fading. Silver.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
IBST.
Zero DTE call stream.
FVDT may resume in less than a minute.
SanDisk pulse. Long dated.
All right, so gold's
Long dated.
getting a bid here. Gold. All right, that's pulling back. All right, gold, silver.
INDP. G1.
SPX pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE puts.
G1.
Zero DTE call strip.
SSPC. NOWL. GYGY.
All right, silver still fading. Okay, looking for a B pivot.
0 DTE.
Okay, what's Tempest doing? Tempest. All right, pulling back a bit.
DTE. Call side. Side.
NOWL.
All right, NVIDIA is still tapering off. Netflix is trying to turn up. It's an off day today. Okay, we got a shooting star. Shooting star on SPY. Still valid to take these put flies for what it's worth. Still valid.
Micron pulse. Long dated.
GYG1. IPST.
VIX pulse. VIX pulse. Zero DTE. Call strip. VIX pulse. VIX banger.
Okay, the VIX is active. I don't know if you can hear that.
NVIZ.
Tesla continues. All right, Tesla coming off the low. That might be worth a shot. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Call
Tesla turning back up.
DTE.
Below its opening range high, but above VWAP. 21-day. Microsoft turning back up. I think it rejected initially. Microsoft got rejected at VWAP, pulled back again. So we're still in a descending pattern. VWAP is down and to the right. So a bearish bias for now.
Long dated.
John Deere. Yeah, that looks good. Above the opening range high. Okay. Opening range breakout.
PTT may res in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE. Call strip.
IRC.
Pre-market volume.
NOWL.
GYG1.
Bitcoin Ponzi pulse. Shenanigans.
GYG1.
USO pulse. Long dated.
MRBI.
NPTT.
John Deere looking good for the breakout. Okay. Earnings out of the way. All right, John Deere. John Deere. John Deere looks good.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
Remind me if I forget. I want to sell some put credits on John Deere. I'd like to do it on a dip, not up here at the high, though. I already came off the low. It would have been ideal to do it this morning once it started to turn back up because the premium was very, very juicy. Okay. Okay, so John Deere. This is next week. Today, Walmart. They didn't have any John Deere on here? Huh. Interesting. Does look good. Pre-market volume, 72,000, 72%, 72 times normal. Pre-market volume on John Deere that reported in the morning.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. AMD Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. AMD Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Micron. You're hearing a lot of Micron alerts here. Micron. Okay, looking pretty good for Micron. $60-minute moving back above the 20 EMA, so that's as good for a long setup. Put a stop under 948. That's $10, 1%. Stock that moves quite a bit.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse. Long dated.
Gap down 100 points earlier this week. Micron, it does have a tendency to jump. So this dropped from 1036 down to 900. 936. It was a 100-point drop there on Tuesday. Okay, John Deere. I'm thinking about selling some premium on John Deere. Okay, the low of the day was 580. I was just looking at some options. Let's see. 590, 580. That's the low of the day. We'll see how John Deere does through the rest of the day. If this starts to drift back towards the 21 day, right around 610, 615 and bounce, I'd be interested in selling some put credits for September. That is 29 days. So you'll get today, tomorrow, and the weekend. Not a bad, there's not a lot of volume though. 600, most of the volume, 580s or, that's weird. You could do 580s. That's a 14 delta. But need this to pull back a little bit. John Deere's not pulling back. Silver. Going to get a B pivot on silver. The first run up was the best. That's where you get all the volume. Now it's like going for a second entry. Could work. Looking for the New York Fangs to catch a bid. Shorts cover. There goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla's continuing its move off the low. Tesla continues off the low. All right, there goes Tesla. They keep chasing this. All right, the bid continues to chase prices higher. We got a doji, not a doji, a hammer inside day. Technically, I guess you'd call this almost a hanging man, but it's a doji still. If it closes near the high of the day, it would still be a hanging man candle, as hammers tend to, or should technically, reverse at a recent low. So this is not the same thing. This is looking good though. Upward sloping wedge tends to break to the downside, just for the record. Tesla does look good though. Do I still have Tesla? I think I do. Tesla. S&P still chopping around. SPY. Put flies cheap. Silver. Okay, looks like it's going to turn. We'll get some day traders that look, watch the volume, see if it pops up the volume. If the volume doesn't start to spike, I would leave it alone. Okay, VIX. I do have calls for VIX. I have the VIX calls for September. They're out of the money. I have the 20 call for VIX for September, mid-September. Those are up $25 a contract. That's interesting. Tesla still with the December calls. I don't have anything shorter. I'm sorry, December calls for Tesla. We did day trade that over the last couple of weeks. I don't have a short-term position in Tesla at the moment. S&P still chopping around.
0 DT.
Positive gamma, so we should be supportive here. SPY. Alibaba, that was one from earlier. That's still working. Okay, at the highs of the day here, Alibaba.
Fix bang. Spider pulse. Long dated.
Alibaba. Okay, Alibaba at the high of the day, if you took it. Consider taking some profits if this crosses over.
Spider pulse. Long dated.
All right, Tesla. Tesla's still pushing a bit higher. Starting to see a little bit of short covering, not much. Alibaba, a decent move on Alibaba today. Okay, Alibaba. That was a nice little run up today.
Exponents.
Alibaba.
Holy cow. SPX calls. SpaceX. SpaceX.
Okay, SpaceX, we got some short covering noted by the pulse alerts. Shorts are starting to cover on SpaceX.
DT may res in 10 seconds.
Holy cow. SPX calls. Micron pulse. Long dated.
You're watching?
Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Tesla pulse.
Sean, you still watching? Okay, Nike. Okay, here we go, Sean. All right, so go to indicators. Okay, and type in ORB. Okay, you should see them right here. It should be maybe at the bottom of the list. Let's see. Benny. No, it's not listed that way. Okay, you should be able to search this orb 30. I think it's this one right here. Benny orb 30-minute. I think it's that one. Okay, let me make sure I didn't add it again.
VIX Pulse.
No.
VIX Pulse.
GYGY may resume in less than a minute.
Let's see. Orb breakout. Doesn't it show the author somewhere? Let's see. Visibility, source code. That's the source code.
GYGY may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, you should be able to find it, Sean. 30 minutes.
Halted down. GYGY halted to the upside. GYGY.
Okay, we're still moving. Looks good. GYGY. What is that? Okay. Tesla's still pushing higher. Tesla.
GYG1.
Let me see. Indicators.
XRPT. XXRP.
Oracle.
BTCT. GYG1.
Okay, Tesla's trying to continue. Alibaba looks good. Alibaba is not popping up on TradingView. Yeah.
Q's Pulse. Long dated. VIX Pulse. VIX Pulse. SPX Pulse. Long dated.
BTCT. MF.
0 DTE puts. Size.
XRP.
Let's see if this fixes it, Sean. While we're waiting, it is 12 o'clock, a little after 12 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday.
BYND. ARCT.
Title contains. All right, let me go back. Title contains. All right.
NXTT. FBTT may resume in less than a minute.
All right, there you go, Sean. That should work.
GYGY may resume in less than a minute.
This should work now. Try searching that. Okay.
AMD puts. Long dated.
All right, Sean, you should be able to find that, I would think.
NVIDIA pulse.
GYGY
Long
may
dated.
rise in 10 seconds.
0 DTE pulse. Size. NVIDIA pulse.
Alibaba looks like it wants to keep going. Lots of volume. Pre-market volume was 8 times normal. Okay.
AMD pulse. Long dated. AMD pulse. Long dated.
Tempest AI turning up again. NIMO is minus 20. Tick cumulative is somewhat bearish. Somewhat. Let's see. Let's go take a look at see what the New York Fang looks like. Okay, it's still an inside day. It's not selling off. It's not below yesterday's low. So that could be tricking the bears into a short. We're at the lows right now. Maybe we get a bounce. Let's look at the S&P. Let's look at breadth to see what that looks like. Okay, it's kind of flat to slightly lower. All right, not a big deal. Doesn't look like a big deal to me. S&P. This is the weekly. We've been up for 3 weeks. Last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, really. 3 weeks ago, we broke out the new highs. Last week, we broke out again, made a new high, but very narrow range. Now we're taking out last week's range and pulling back in. Maybe a pullback to break out at 7,600. That looks like it's doable. Let's look at the XII. Seeing red sticks for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, so that's telling you what institutions are doing. 75 stocks most commonly held in institutions' core portfolios. Okay, they've been selling or at least reducing risk over the last 3 trading days.
SanDisk pulse. SanDisk pulse.
S&P 1500. That's the S&P 500. large caps, 400 mid caps, 600 small caps. That's still a green signal above the moving average. Okay. We are pulling back to the 9 and 21 day. Histogram is still green. It's not red like over here. So no worries, right? No worries. New York Stock Exchange, McClellan Volume Oscillator did make it a little bit higher over the last few weeks and then just kind of turning down now. What else? Bullish percent, a lot of stocks pulling back. Bullish percent. Bullish percent. New York Stock Exchange, McClellan Volume Oscillator turning down a little bit. 1500, S&P 1500, still green signal. Okay, above the histogram. Histogram's above 0. Okay, XII, ARC Institutional Index. And S&P. Oh, that's the S&P. Big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in descending order. Those are all drifting a bit lower. So there's a bearish tilt to the markets. So if you have a stock that's bucking the trend, pay close attention to it so your profits don't get away if you're trading to the long side. Okay, that's the breath. This is New York Fang. Inside day. It's not selling off. Okay. Apple. AMD, Amazon, Broadcom, Google. None of these really jump out and bite you. But they're also not super bullish. We got Netflix in the upper half of yesterday's range, a doji for now. Looking for that to turn back up. NVIDIA, not much there. Qs, nothing there. Supermicro, nothing there. Snowflake at the 20-day. Tesla, inside day. Trying to produce a hammer. Maybe we have a better trade tomorrow. Don't feel like this is a good day to put on a lot of risk. Okay. Coca-Cola, Dow Jones, Coca-Cola, Chevron, McDonald's, Travelers Insurance, Visa, CRM. All right, I have some CRM. I told you I'm looking for this to move higher so I can exit a trade I've been in for too long. Let me see what CRM looks like. CRM. Okay, I got another 50 cents to go, another $50 to go to break even on this one. And I have September calls. Okay, I have September calls, 220s, and also have 230, 240 call spreads. Not much to do right now. All right.
SPX calls. Long dated. Deep calls. Holy cow. SPX calls. Holy cow. SPX calls. VIX pulse. VIX pulse.
MRBI.
On momentum and market leadership, you're making it de facto memory chip then with that portion of your portfolio. The top 5 holdings MU, AMD, Broadcom, Intel, Caterpillar, they're all AI bets. And so that's half the fund. Even the non-tech stocks tend to be AI bets. I think there are so many other stories in the market related that do have momentum. And I thought I'd share a couple because I don't think we talk about them enough. JB Hunt is a market leader, not AI, really in any way, shape, or form. Marathon Petroleum, which we've talked about a million times, INCY is part of this biotech rally. Expeditors International, these are not AI plays. Valero is working. East West Bancorp is working. Now you could make the argument there's like this indirect thing where yes, they're in another sector, but they're doing business with AI companies. Okay, fine. I'll spot you some of that. I just don't think you need to have this portion of your portfolio.
I'll drill down on that. I want to drill down on what you said because I think it's really important. The businesses are fundamentally sound, right? A price doesn't always fund the business. A price doesn't always mirror the business. And what's happened is a lot of these momentum names have moved so fast, they've attracted fast money. And if that fast money sees another place to put their fast money, you could get a price re-rating without a business re-rating. Exactly. And that's the challenge.
DT.
A lot of these sectors are talking about energy and healthcare, which you didn't mention. You know, when you start a price re-rating, these are not expensive areas to begin.
No, I'm talking about microns, SK Hynix, those types. That's what
the bears comment is whether it's cheap or expensive.
Well, that's the point. The Bears want to look at the Bears want to point to momentum as a theme, which is leading the market, and they want to say it's 1999. The problem with that is the forward weighted average PE for MTUM is 19 times. It's really, really difficult to make that case. We just so happen to have these gigantic companies that used to be priced like cyclicals. They started out at very depressed PE multiples. They've gotten some multiple expansion, but they're not selling at 1999 levels.
Josh, since you brought it up, the 1999 levels, what's the big distinction here? Is in 1999, two things were going to happen. 2000 was going to come, Y2K hits, the tech spending goes down immediately. The other thing is all that fiber optic spending was speculative. There was no revenue associated with that. That is a 180-degree difference to say Andrew Jassy, CEO of Amazon, talking about recouping the investment in a data center today in less than 3 years. Those data centers that are being built are profitable. The demand is there and spoken for. Key difference.
Let's run through, I think, some stocks that we need to get to. SpaceX, another lockup expiration today. Could get as many as 300 and almost 320 million more shares hitting the market, 7% of the total amount. You own the name. How are you navigating?
We do privately, but we're getting stock off in lockups. Our recommendation has been to trim. The way they've designed the lockups is really intelligently because they're staged lockups expirations, so you can manage the flow onto the market.
You guys holding or selling?
We are mostly selling, but we do have client. Remember, we don't own this in a portfolio. We own this directly in a private. Each client owns.
So if the IPO is 135, you are saying trim at 131, or trim on rallies
because they're getting 6% of their total exposure out.
Right.
It's or 15%. So you're keeping much because you have to, a bunch because you have to, and so we're recommending trimming the balance. Kind of taking your basis out, Scott. If you can think about it like that, you're taking the win.
Okay. CrowdStrike, CTO's leaving to start an AI cybersecurity fund. Stock down a bit on that. What did you take, Josh?
So I'm long the name, and I don't typically react to things like this. I don't think it's existential. The jockey that's riding this horse is George Kurtz, and in George we trust. This is one of the best performing software stocks of the era. I really don't see that changing.
Walmart down after what some are calling a messy quarter. Ex-fuel comps missed. Seems to be a lot of focus in that area today, which is probably the principal reason the stock's down 9 1/3%. They did raise their guide. TJX got downgraded from a buy. So how I think, by the way, the analyst who did that cites a quote unquote execution misstep. How are we thinking about these?
Well, here's how we're not thinking about it, at least from my perspective. I don't think the consumer is in trouble. I know there's a narrative out there people want to believe and have wanted to believe for 5 years that the consumer is going to fall out of bed sometime soon. That's not what it is. If I look at Walmart, I simply see a stock that was priced for perfection, even after a recent slide and a slight miss here or a slight execution issue. Same with TJX, by the way, causes the stock to go down. And as a proof on the other side, look at what Target's been doing, where they've been executing well, and it's been a cheap stock in the sector. My point being is in retail, be selective with your stocks, pay attention to valuation, but don't throw in the towel and think that the consumer is giving in after 5 years of hanging in there through everything, whether it's COVID, whether it's pandemic spending, whether it's student loans starting up. The consumer is just fine.
The street wanted 3.7% same-store sales. They did 2.6. That's a great quarter for Walmart. I'm sorry. Off the size base that this company has, they beat on earnings, they beat on revenue. It's just slower growth than what they had been doing in previous quarters. It seems like an overreaction. I think this is a top 5 worst single day for Walmart ever. I don't know. You probably buy it before you sell it.
All right, let's just do a quick checkup on, pardon the pun, on Moderna and Merck. Because obviously it was such an extraordinary day yesterday with that announcement of the positive phase 3 on a skin cancer treatment. Moderna was up just tremendously yesterday, so it's given a little bit back today, 23% back. Again, take the context fully, though. It was up like 140-something% yesterday. Merck, a couple of calls on today. Upgraded to overweight at Morgan Stanley. They're looking at the cancer pipeline, so that's important. Downgraded, though, at RBC. They look at the momentum continuing, but say the valuation is now full. They go to 150 on the target from 142. We're back with a trade alert from Josh Brown. Just added a name. We will discuss next.
Equipment, but the turbine that they manufacture that are used in the AI trade, the Caterpillar is massively up for a while. Yeah, but it also thinks there's other stories there. Right? You just talked about G1. Doing this reshoring.
Right, it was like, but well, even quick.
Yeah. Bitcoin and the benchmark is going up around the world as well. So I think about like mining stocks, you think about like owning emerging markets, all this is a commodity base. So I don't think all these trades are actually that dependent on just AI. That's like the things like J&J is up like 15% plus over 12 months. That's not dependent on artificial intelligence. No, that's not. Here's the great. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of these you can put their money here. It's not predicated on that.
What if Darlene Brown had any other last name? Do we really know where she stands? Darlene won't tell us. Ralph Norman has a proven conservative record, securing our elections, cracking down on illegals, taking on corruption. That's why the NC established and spending millions to stop the small muscle problems. South Carolina needs a conservative policy.
America needs even conservative leadership more than ever, and DC establishment's famous Congressman Freedom Caucus champion Ralph Norman has fought back. He's led the charge to clean up government and end waste and corruption. Wrote the original SLID Act to protect our elections.
All right, watch Amazon. Amazon's on the move.
To rein in uncontrolled spending. Taxpayers see. Ralph Norman, the proven conservative who always fights for South Carolina.
This August, your RV life starts with the right deal. At Campers Inn RV, get a new Forest River Westbrook travel trailer for just $109 a month. But the right price is only the beginning. You'll also get transparent pricing, expert guidance, inside access ownership benefits with qualifying purchase, and support that continues long after the sale. Visit us today to find the RV that fits your life. And
Amazon on the move.
Campers Inn RV, the right RV, the right price, right by you. Tired of sugar crashes and sketchy energy drinks? Meet the guilt-free all-day energy it's getting from morning.com.
Holy cow, this is so good.
One packet makes 32 ounces and it's $4. That's like 4 drinks for $1 each.
Go to lumentea.com. WIHG is saying less than
LoadedTeam.com. Vistaprint helps bring your ideas to life with easy-to-use design tools, real-given support, and all the products we need for prices you can forget about. Just link it, click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible for 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com.
A lot of big projects that we worked on really required me to lay down speaker systems or technology systems or infrastructure to buildings. I really just had to self-teach myself, and it was really through AutoCAD Life that I landed with Autodesk Build, and I've been happy ever since. And I recently deployed Autodesk Build into my company, but I believe it's going to be a lifesaver.
WYHG may rest in 10 seconds.
All right, eating a little lunch. Watch Amazon. It looks like it might get going here. Amazon. I have some options, right? Amazon options. Or did I sell them? I sold them. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Looks good though. I would be interested in some Amazon. Bouncing off the 21-day.
May rest in 10 seconds.
Get outside of the Alpine HG One City and visit companies where they live and breathe. Like I love doing this stuff. This is what I'm doing. I'm in the this episode of Power Players. I purchased New York headquarters from MasterCard. You know MasterCard. You use their card. You've seen them on TV. You've seen those prices commercials. I'm going inside the future of MasterCard and see Michael Leibach. We're going to talk about everything under the sun. Good to see you again. It's been a while actually since I've seen you in the flesh. So thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, still look on great overview. Yeah. Happy New Year. This is what 60 years, 60 years. In this 20 years, we celebrated on the day of the we're surprised a little bit. It started off with a proposition and
UXRP.
And now we are positioning
XRP.
And it's hard work.
VRLS.
Building a global financial network, building one of the most powerful consumer brands. I think it's surprise over surprise, but today I do come across surprise because we continue to innovate, we continue to imagine how values change over the years, and our brand is going to catch up. So I talked to a customer, and they said, "It's some of cards." I said, "Well, how can we also agentic commerce? How can we also talk about saving things?" Yeah, well, we are on that. Let me tell you, this is happening so fast. Oh, this just started last year. So we're kind of the system. So like how is value exchange today? Between governments and territories. So we're that infrastructure, but we're the infrastructure of this. We also data where insights our customers thanks for now. Fintechs make better decisions to run their business. We're a consumer experiences. Prices. Everybody needs and we enable prices experiences through our products and consumers. We do all of the above and more. So when I think I really did talk to you pretty when you got this job, maybe 2022. Feels like yesterday. I don't know what it feels like. But it feels like there's a comparison between years and off years. So it does feel this was an intense year. There were a few things other than
0 DT.
How did you get acclimated? It was interesting. Meeting that.
SGCD resuming less than a minute.
So only weeks later, nobody went anywhere, nobody traveled. And to get the time I tried to this job to pick up the term, the team around the table.
WYHG may resume in less than a minute.
needed to, okay, here's what we need to do. We're all trying to figure this out. We all sent to each other. We don't have time.
BRLS wanted to be upset.
That has a magellan function. So team rather, okay, what do we have to do? We have to meet our customers where they are. So if anybody has a digital business, they're probably going to do that. We have to accelerate this. So we have physical business.
RTAC made less than 10 seconds.
That's a problem. So we were adjusting to that in real time. Fortunately, we have a lot of data. See how. So we threw a lot of kind of established games.
XRPC. WYHG made less than 10 seconds.
Those years, 21, 22, digital only businesses scale. We, because we're having a lag our revenue is, you know what that does to achieve is starting to very we focus really on resiliency. We said we cannot have this, and so we invested in technology. So we have emotional principles. This was just becoming our sole obsession with the team.
What did you learn about yourself in those early days, 6 months of this job, first time CEO? You're in the pandemic, seen what you've seen. And look, I really still believe a lot of executives that manage that career set themselves up for success 5, 6 years. Because of that.
It was a big learning. One of the things that I picked up. Stop. Every day, including my previous system, every day we showed up. It's 5 of us. One gentleman,
Jason,
in this
G1.
it's 5 of us. Security person. One of my colleagues who did a lot of stuff. This was the thing. Being with people was important at the time. The people aspect. There was a lot there in leadership that came to the forefront of everybody was dealing with fundamental things from their lives. Spheres, kids were they could just adjust their lives and things. So the empathy just dialed up. You know, I had a very technical job as a chief officer, and some of it was this other element, and just in a short period of time, probably balanced a little bit.
How has the business changed at
RTAC vaulted to the upside.
What's the biggest changes?
Diversification of our revenues from something investors observe. So it was a big part of our business that helped us differentiate and
G1.
network of ABC. That thing was most likely not the security. We have more data to train our models to improve decisions and way. So those services we sell. We sell them to our customers, we sell them to other customers that are paying that for us and so forth. So this diversification in cybersecurity space, and that's a big change. Our geographic spread. We use the time to meet in more markets and open more offices. Most notably China. We are now invested license in China. That increases our footprint just today we announced a partnership with that.
0 DTE.
It's a big deal. If we hadn't done the homework back in the years 2023, in a world where everybody, every company is trying to be
BRLS may resume in less than a minute.
for the next company that's also trying to consumer better offers to come in. Some of them feel super rapid and just don't get them.
I just think that's pretty AI bot.
Yes, but that would be a bad idea. Most likely. So we have insights, consumer engagement, big topic, a big part of our business today was at the time, but busy personalization. So I don't feels if you predict the data we use to give personal context with personal preferences. So you don't have to do it. Response.
I never did that investment.
I'm sorry.
I never did that investment.
No, I think that's a good choice.
This may rest in 10 seconds. WYHG may resume its investigation.
And we haven't changed our time. Oh, change it. Yes, it can use different options. So it's a fundamentally different. As it changed with the IPO, it changed again post COVID, and we're going to go some more stuff.
BTC hard to be by BNST. BRLS.
XRPZ.
Such that U.S. economy.
Our mindset is we are.
Bitcoin,
Probably
your data,
we try to be as local as needed.
WYHG may rest in 10 seconds.
That's right. That's not me. I recall a board meeting in 2015. So this is where we had the discussion, what do we do with concentrations? Where we can, this was 2015, long time ago. This was a discussion. So we learned to
NSTT.
to find a balance between local technology gives us more tools to do this. Getting to run anything anywhere, it's a big component. Geopolitics one thing, we don't do geopolitics, but when it comes to financial inclusion, building resilience and consistent growth in the country, every concept.
BRL has halted down.
Security, cybersecurity, doctors and security. That's a global trade.
All right, nice move on Amazon.
It's a battle.
RDAC may resume its investigation.
Every government.
Zero DT.
Where's next?
XRP.
So there's a range of commonalities. So we find spike.
XRPC.
Okay, Amazon, nice move. Google also turning the corner. We're catching a bid. Microsoft just popped up. Microsoft. Nice pop on Microsoft.
So we focus on that.
Microsoft looking for a pop.
RDAC may rest in 10 seconds.
Back up to a pre-market high. Watch Microsoft.
As a truly conservative right, securing our elections, cracking down on the leaders, taking out corruption. That's how the DC establishment is spending billions to stop. The swamp wants a flood. South Carolina means a fight. Even conservative about war. From their perspective, something
GYG1.
America needs proven conservative leadership more than ever. The DC establishment has failed us. Congressman and Freedom Caucus champion Ralph Norman has fought back. He's led the charge to clean up government and end waste and corruption. Wrote the original SAVE Act to protect our elections. No ID, no vote. And fought to
That's so bad. Hayden Panettiere. She was so young, right? She's like late 30s, maybe. Yeah, that sucks. It just shows you, you never know. You never know when your time's coming. Wow. She's my daughter's age. Wow, I didn't realize that. Wow. Watch Microsoft. Decent little move here on Microsoft, Amazon, Microsoft, Google. Starting to heat up a little bit. Okay, these are starting to heat up. Watch these. These could get going here. Yeah.
We've seen a real, they call it K-shaped economy. And I always ask the question, I'm asking myself, he's not the chief economist, right? He's the only expert, but you've seen this K-shaped economy continue. How long do you think they continue?
You know, predicting the economic numbers, you should really talk to Jesus about that.
Yes.
When it comes to the lens that we have, so we see a good part of consumption. We don't see consumption, so we're not. But only the pretty large part of spending on products.
VRL estimate rest in 10 seconds.
General spending. And what's been true, it's been true for
WYHG.
go back to last year, 1.5 years, it's kind of been a constant.
Oh man, my back. Got to get something done here.
Continues.
RJACU may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, Microsoft looking better.
Is you see
We're about to take out the opening range high. It is a late evening, so. Microsoft.
The other thing that we're seeing is big spending decisions. Balance between discretionary, that's kind of stroke, or non-discretionary. So that's happening. And it's fear that goes along with
WYHG.
RJACU may rest in 10 seconds.
Microsoft.
the statement, the affordability of fees.
VRL is welcome to the XRP.
Netflix turning up. Okay, Netflix. You could sell some premium down here, Netflix. Which premium are you speaking of, Vinny? All right, so. All right, so what I'm looking at here is these credit spreads right here. Netflix, we sold these. They expire in October. 70.65s. All right, 10 of those. Okay, the 930 is assuming that I'm going to add another 5 to this at the time. These were $95 each. And they're up right now, right? Netflix, let's see. Those puts are, yeah, those are positive. The puts. Okay, so that looks good. Microsoft coming back. Netflix still higher. Netflix. All right, Palantir's back. Palantir's back to the opening range high. They did a lot of this yesterday. It's consolidating.
Go back. So the participants are still the same.
And
One addition.
XTG.
It's the agent. Okay, so why don't we know?
Palantir is back to the consolidation highs that we've been watching for 9 days here. We're looking for a break above this level. Okay. Looking for a breakout. Palantir. Coinbase, watching that. Oracle turning back up. Oracle.
So the agent is an additional party. Over last year, we created something called Agent Pay. It sounds very fancy. Yeah, out of like a spot. I want to use the right. You want to use it because so Agent Pay basically just recognizes there's an additional party, and that party needs to go through the same vetting that the person has to go through. Are you real? In the network as an entity that exists, you are. And then the same checks and balances apply. So
Palantir, Microsoft. All right, a little pop on Microsoft.
today you have transactions, particularly in the physical space, when you go in a store that will not be tokenized. So there's still clear card numbers that your 16-digit number. There's some parts of the world and some transactions where that still is flying through the internet. Instead of being tokenized in a password like a wraparound that can be only used in one instance, all of these transactions in the world of agentic all been tokenized.
LITX BRLS may resume in less than a minute.
So no need to worry. No need to worry that more than today. So you should do it. The world is just not ready right now. There's not too many
At BDT.
CDTG.
CDTG.
Feels gonna come.
XXRP.
I'm gonna have my own agent, and I'll talk to your agent, and we're gonna talk. And
DHL.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And maybe I'll answer it. It's a piece of those transactions. So those transactions would today happen through a card. And in this case, they still have but you delegate all the complex stuff to an agent to do it, but it's still going to a card network. Now, there's a different world adjacent to this that lives in the world of B2B payments. So one company to another. So
BRLS may
today,
res in 10
when
seconds.
a company consumes, let's say, digital advertising space, they buy that. The way this goes is today, there's a contract.
Amazon pulling in a little bit from the high.
Complicated. You could see a world where on a real-time basis, small microtransactions start to fly.
McDonald's.
Consuming digital content, digital advertising space, digital compute, compute that you use, pay as you go, fractions of a dollar in real time. That wouldn't necessarily go through the system. The system has not been built. It's been built for consumer transactions. We did a trick. But these transactions can happen for agent company payments, and we possibly will use the blockchain for that. That's instant, it's programmable, it's run in the background, and be the operating system of these. So we're already thinking about where this is going to go. Security standards have to.
This guy is annoying. These guys are so full of shit.
XRP.
What the hell is this guy talking about?
So we're still
Such pie in the sky ideas. Like that guy Edison who came up with the light bulb. Anyway, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the lunch hour. So we'll see what they're saying over at CNBC.
XRP. XRP.
Maybe woken up
XRPT.
Look, it's like the type of asset where there doesn't actually have to be a reason. Sometimes it just rips 30% higher out of nowhere, and then we look back at the recent headlines and we say, "Oh, this is why."
Microsoft just sitting here. We've got Netflix. Netflix is starting to move. Watch Netflix. Netflix. Don't know what happened there.
Long date. Deep puts.
BRLS.
Long date. Deep puts.
NXTT. BRLS.
Long date. XXRP. NXTT. XRP.
NXTT.
Zero DTE. Stop. CIFG. MARA. NXTT.
NXTT. BRLS.
CIFG. NXTT. MRAL.
NXTT. WYHG.
NXTT vaulted to the upside.
Okay, Microsoft with a nice bounce. Bounce at VWAP.
GYG1.
CONL. MARA. NXTT.
NXTT. BRLS. WYHG.
XXRP.
BTCT.
XRP.
MMA.
PURR. XRPT. CONL.
NXTT.
XRPZ.
BRLS. GYG1. BTCT.
Zero DTE. Stop.
All right. 3 o'clock. Chris Harvey, Gabriela Santos, Brian Levitt, Dan Ives, Mike Ozani, and Mark Newton. Got a good crew. There you go. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Final trades. Rob, Sitcha, Service Now.
You can't say why. There's only like
Well, you could. Multitudes of dead air. You blew it.
Texas quietly putting up the nice here.
Okay, Josh.
Don't tell anyone, but Uber's Apollo Go with Baidu went live in Dubai. Driverless cars on the Uber app in Dubai, soon coming to the rest of the world.
Exchanges now.
My turn.
Thank you very much, Scott. We've got Walmart down, bond yields, and oil up. The exchange. We have Steve Leesman and Eamon Jeffers standing by to run through today's
XRP.
including fresh headlines from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
RPAC vaulted to the upside.
You've been warning the direction. Plus, Mitch Daniels, the former OMB director, is also here to weigh in on the Treasury's maneuvers. And we'll dig into why Walmart is down at 9% today.
Okay, NVIDIA turning the corner too. NVIDIA.
But let's begin with this backup in bonds, which has put yields back to where they were before the Treasury's surprise announcement yesterday that it would
double its repurchases of longer-term debt. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent commenting on that and going beyond that announcement just 2 hours ago on CNBC. Steve Leisman is here with us. Steve.
You got that right, Kelly. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in an exclusive CNBC interview this morning, putting the market on notice that the controversial bond market intervention yesterday may end up being above the bottom end of the $4 billion minimum that the Treasury announced.
We routinely do buybacks, so we're going to increase the size of the buyback. And, Sarah, I would note that it could be more than the $4 billion per issue.
Zero DTE.
The Treasury Secretary's unprompted comments suggested he may not have been satisfied with the market's reaction this morning, which has seen the 10-year now trading around 470, undue to benefit from yesterday's surprise action, calling it a Treasury twist. It was the Treasury bonds, long-dated bonds that it funds with short-term bills. Bessent defended the action. He said it would address illiquidity in parts of the bond market, especially around summertime. Bond market does not reflect the, he said, underlying.
Okay, looking for these stocks that are catching a bid to push higher. Amazon just rolled over. I don't have a position in that one. Microsoft trying to push a bit higher. It's a dead day. Markets are just sitting here below VWAP, threatening to pull back, suck in some bears, maybe. I have some put flies. I took some off this morning. I have some put flies, the 760, 750, 740. They're pretty cheap if we pull back end of the month. 760, 750, 740. So you buy the wings, 760, 740, and you sell two of the puts in the middle. So you sell you sell the 750 two times, and you buy the 760 and the 740 one time for each fly that you decide to do. I have 5 of them. I would add more if we start to look weaker. Those are presently going for, let's see, SPY. Oh, I got more of the puts than I have of calls. Okay. These are going for $1. Okay, they're going for $1. They're up a bit. They were 80 cents. They're now 97 cents.
He told CNBC just a couple of hours ago that the president's declaration of economic war against Iran last night does include China's trade with Iran. Although he said
posted on social announcing perhaps what he described as an economic D-Day against Iran, writing, quote, "No one has given the Islamic Republic of Iran a greater opportunity to make a deal than me. Tragically for them, they have failed to take it. Therefore, today, I am announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country." So what exactly will that look like? Maybe Tyler Kendall knows, our Washington correspondent, who was here with me in the DC studio. So Tyler, the most crushing economic operation ever taken. That operation would entail.
Well, we're waiting for that answer, of course, not to, not make good on all that anticipation that you led me with. But we'll have to see. On Monday, we very likely will get some firmer details. The U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent did announce that he will hold a press conference focused on what this could entail. President Trump did give us a few clues, if you will, in that Truth Social post. People are picking up on the fact that he says that this will be geared toward other countries, those that he says allow their financial institutions to supply any sort of lifeline to Iran. He outlined that includes cash transfers, swap lines, ship registries, or any avenues to smuggle its oil out. And that is what's taking on, and adding in part quotes, "You know who you are." That is raising questions on whether or not that means the U.S. is going to more strongly target Chinese purchases of Iranian crude, though that in and of itself has a risk to the Beijing-Washington truce about a month away from the Chinese President Xi Jinping coming here to DC. There's a few other things that we're tracking that are sort of on our list of potential ways that the U.S. may exert economic pressure. Some more targeted actions against the so-called shadow fleet that actually moves the oil for Iran. We could also see the U.S. move to try to seize frozen Iranian assets that are within their jurisdiction. Though I was speaking with one analyst who says it's maybe a little easier said than done because even if it's in the U.S. jurisdiction, you have to get third-party countries involved. But it's definitely something to watch against the background that the president has already threatened so-called secondary tariffs, 25% on any country that does business with Iran, whether or not he follows through on that.
Okay, so we're gonna have to wait to see and hear detail, I guess, from the Treasury Secretary on Monday. In the meantime, Tyler, we're hearing from the Treasury Secretary about a separate issue today. Once again, he's trying to talk down long end rates, it seems, suggesting that the Treasury could be buying back even more long-term debt than it announced yesterday, which was larger than it announced 2 weeks ago. He essentially says he's trying to bring the market back to equilibrium. He told reporters this at the White House.
Long date. Choose funds. Long date. Stop.
STT makes in less than a minute. And Tyler, you were at the White House yesterday when the president was asked if Americans should be concerned about volatility in the bond market. His answer was no. And yet the Treasury Secretary seems to be suggesting he's a little concerned. Yeah, and willing to take additional action, as well as saying that the administration will be unveiling a new fiscal initiative to address borrowing costs. Of course, this is becoming a politically fraught issue here in Washington as financing costs make their way through to the broader economy. This month, we're seeing mortgage rates at their highest levels since July of 2025. I picked up on this quote from the Treasury Secretary. He said, all we're trying to do is get people to focus on the fundamentals and not to read the headlines. He didn't specify what the new fiscal push would involve or what headlines he was referring to. But yesterday, we got one in terms of the debt load for here. $40 trillion. If we dig into some of that Treasury Department data, that includes a record July budget deficit fueled in part by a surge in Medicare costs and Social Security, as well as the interest that we pay on that debt. But I don't need to tell you that it is politically difficult right now in Washington to cut spending, especially during an election year.
Well, of course, Scott Bessent has blamed this in part for the fact that a lot of the tariff revenue they were counting on is coming in because of the Supreme Court decision and refunds that have to be issued on tariffs. Just quickly, are we able to get the tariff revenue from Canada?
Well, the U.S. Tariff Agency is meeting right now with his Canadian counterpart. I don't have my terminal in front of me. I'm not sure if we're getting headlines on that yet, but we're waiting for this finalized deal. Maybe something is in the works. We have reporting Kaylee. It looks like that we are going to see lower tariffs when it comes to autos, maybe 25% to 15%, and metal tariffs potentially cut in half. But that could maybe open the door for a little bit more trade access between the two economies, according to this White House. But we still need to see those finalized details, I think.
For details on one of the things, Tyler Kendall, thank you so much, our Washington correspondent, here with me in the DC studio. And I want to return to what Tyler was talking about, the countries that apparently know who they are, that the U.S. may be looking to as it tries to tighten the economic scrutiny against Iran, China, so as well for Anna Ashton, who of course is the founder of Ashton Analytics, former China analyst at the Department of Defense. She's here with us now on TV and radio. Anna, welcome back to the program. It's good to have you. China has responded to what President Trump announced, suggesting that it does not believe that pressure and economic sanctions are going to work, that diplomacy is what has to be pursued here. Is that China basically telling the president we're not playing along with this effort? Yes, I think the White House is probably trying to ratchet up pressure, not just on Iran, but a little bit on China ahead of the September visit of Xi Jinping. It's been a resort for Trump to ratchet up pressure ahead of major shocks. But behind the scenes, we have to assume that she is pretty committed to reaching some sort of agreement, getting something done during this visit, and that Trump is too. So, how much of this theater is I think, the most important question. Well, on the subject of that visit, I actually discussed this on Valley.
Apple trying to push a bit higher. Apple.
To President Biden, Jake Sullivan.
Okay, Apple pushing back up above VWAP. Doji for now. Nothing to really jump up and down about. It is above the 50-day, so that's a good thing. 60-minute on Apple. It moved above the 60-minute 20 EMA, so the trend is up. The odds are Apple is going to push through 317.50 and continue higher. Do I have any Apple left? I don't think I do. No, let me add to Apple. 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 Okay, we'll look good here on the 60-minute. Let me go out to September for Apple. We got 2,000 contracts right now trading at the 320 strike.
Its relationships with its allies, but on top of that, China is looking at a United States that has depleted a significant percentage of its weapon stockpiles.
Apple looks like it's going to get going.
To both announce that it is going to become more reliant on itself in things like AI and drones, and then at the same time, needs critical resources from China still, and for the foreseeable future will still need those critical resources from China.
Okay, I took some Apple 320, 325s for September.
Who seems to have the upper hand, and at present, I think Xi Jinping likely feels like he does.
Well, and as you talk about some of those critical materials that the U.S. needs to power a lot of things, defense sector included, how quickly, if the U.S. were to actually do what the president is suggesting and punish those who are still going to purchase Iranian crude and not abide with a tighter economic chokehold that the U.S. wants to get on Iran, if President Trump were actually to say, okay, then China, here are higher tariffs that you have to deal with, how quickly does that spiral into, say, fresh export controls of critical minerals and rare earths?
I think that's exactly the right question. I think too that is the lever to look at. How quickly China pulls that lever, I don't think it would be a significant ratcheting up of export controls immediately, unless
This looks good. We're very close to the 20 EMA. So the idea here is with Apple, the odds are follow through. We're close to the 20 EMA, 10 EMA in this case. Looking for a break to the upside. I got the 320, 325 call spread. If not today, maybe tomorrow. Okay, RSI is at highs. So we need to keep an eye on this one nonetheless. MACD is flattening out. Now, if the S&P pulls back, this would most likely affect Apple in the short term. S&P is below the 20 EMA. The equal weight index is flat.
That's an interesting question. I can't honestly answer that one, but I think that it is worth exploring.
Well, let's go to another area then that is definitely top of mind when it comes to China. I hope you can weigh in on artificial intelligence. We are having a massive conversation here in the United States around data centers, the infrastructure that powers AI. The industry, of course, will tell you we have to have these data centers. We have to allow these models to advance because if not, we cede ground to China. Obviously, their domestic pressures and communities and concern about water and energy prices, utility bills would suggest a pullback. Is there merit to the argument that China is within a breath of being able to surpass us on artificial intelligence if we slow down even slightly?
I do think that there's merit to the argument that China is catching up fast. And one of the reasons it's catching up is because it has a very different ecosystem in terms of its energy resources and its ability to bring these new data centers online. That's cheaper and easier for them than it is for us. And so that is one way that they're going to continue likely to outcompete us. However, in terms of what their AI capabilities are, the experts seem pretty firm on their conviction that China's not actually within a breath of catching up to us. I guess we'll have to see.
Well, and how much of that is dictated by the controls that the U.S. has put in place, the export controls around chips that power this critical technology. A headline across the Bloomberg terminal just a few minutes ago, Anna, from the information that NVIDIA is buying a new chip for Chinese customers that perhaps, I guess, would get around some of those export restrictions. We haven't confirmed that here at Bloomberg, but apparently this chip would be compliant with the export control rules. Does that suggest the export controls are working, or that there's some loopholes in China still able to access that they aren't as effective?
I think the export controls have been working to slow China down because it's really hard to achieve
S&P continues to fade.
in terms of AI capabilities without those chips, and they don't have them yet. But the export controls have also guaranteed that China is pouring more and more and more resources into developing them, and is determined to be less and less reliant on sources like NVIDIA for those chips. It's great for them in the near term.
Okay, let's see. Microsoft's hanging on. It needs to get back above the 20 MA, and that needs to turn up. I would think that if the markets pull back in the short term, that a lot of these stocks that are making lower highs and lower lows will again make another lower low. Okay, so in the case of Microsoft, just be aware that we are in a downtrend and could see this move down to this lower line at 470 first. Okay, RSI is trying to turn up. MACD is okay. All depends on the indices. Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is the odds of long trades working out much greater in the morning session when there's a lot of volume. In the evening session, people get shaken out. Palantir backing off the opening range high. Let's see, Palantir. That's in the same situation, just kind of consolidating. Doesn't mean it's going to pull back, but it is consolidating the recent gains from 122 up to 177. So you've got a nice 50-point move there in Palantir, right? 50 points, roughly 130 to 180. So consolidating that move makes sense. Right now, not the best time to start putting a lot of risk on. We got all the New York things starting to see a bit more selling now. Watching Apple and Microsoft.
So you enjoy paying more taxes than that. You are held that. So let's offer landowners uncovered tax deductions with an average of $1,700 per year. Recall, legacy nutrient deductions. A tax break you may already qualify for.
Zero DT.
We gather
Spider.
and deliver
Wrong date.
Discover the deduction I need.
You could have parasites and not know it. Parasite infections go undetected because the symptoms can mimic other common
Zero
issues,
DT.
fatigue, digestive problems, even poor sleep. Let's bring in Dr. Kelly Victory to explain.
That's right. Parasites can enter the body through under food, contaminated water, or even pets. And they're not always easy to identify. If you've been feeling sick or just off,
Zero
DT
may resume in less than stop.
should concern viewers do. Start with an online secret evaluation with one of our licensed doctors. If appropriate, they'll prescribe parasite plans with doctor-formulated treatment that supports your body's natural defenses and detox process.
Great advice. We put the website below to connect with the doctor and order parasite cleanse at a special discount. Thank you, doctor.
CT teaching halted down. AOX.
Oh, boy, stabilize it properly.
0 DT call stop. 0 DT 0 DT put stop.
NXTT may rest in 10 seconds.
0 DT stop.
I did it myself. Clean up and simple. Wait, that is you have been thinking about what our she's smart mix and worth checking out. With her smart ones now.
Bloomberg this weekend. AOX. Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
0 DT my turn. Long day.
All right, we're pushing a bit lower at the moment.
Secretary Scott Bessett's bold intervention to stem a potentially damaging rise in U.S. borrowing costs has some investors saying the dollar will ultimately pay the price and could push investors toward alternatives. To the big board we go. Everything is still down to the south. The Dow is down nearly 500 points. The S&P is down 39. The NASDAQ is down 235. Oil is moving higher following President Trump's latest threats to Iran. Brent is at $93 a barrel. WTI about 2% at $87.79. This is a bad dive. Alibaba, BABA on the Bloomberg terminal. Alibaba's profit diving 75% after AI spending hit $10 billion for the company. It reported a 9% jump in revenue, but net income did tumble. Alibaba expects annualized revenue from AI products to near $10 billion this quarter. Alibaba shares right now not doing as bad as earlier in the day. They are still down, though, about 0.3%. SpaceX shares are also down. They're down by about 9% as a second tranche of stock is released from a post-initial public offering lockup period. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Matt Piper, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Matt Piper, thank you so much. Matt pointing us, of course, to the bond market. Well, yields at the long end are on the climb back up today, erasing a lot of the gains we saw yesterday off the back of the Treasury's larger buyback announcement for the long end. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, of course, today went even further to say that that could be even larger than $4 billion per issue. And yet we're still climbing 5 basis points on the 30-year, which is sitting just around 5.25% as we speak. The issue here may be that the market is clinging to the illness, like inflation and the debt, which, of course, as we told you yesterday, has crossed $40 trillion, doubling in just the last 10 years. The Treasury may instead be trying to address the symptom, which means it could be a near-term fix, but not a long-term one. As I heard yesterday on Balance of Power from Jason Furman, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Obama.
There's two solutions. You can cut spending, or you can raise taxes, or you can do some combination of the two of those. There's two things pushing up inflation. One is pushing up interest rates. One is expected inflation. Now, the good news here is the market seems to believe, and I agree with the market, that the Fed is going to keep inflation under control. But they're going to keep it under control by raising interest rates. And second is just the general upward pressure that comes every time there's a voracious demand for capital. And that's what we have right now. I just don't think
CTTG may resume in less than a minute.
Back. 0 DT. Back.
But of course, higher interest rates are exactly what President Trump doesn't want, as he said again repeatedly at the White House yesterday, that he thinks rates should go down because the economy is strong, not up. But if the things that might bring interest rates down are raising taxes or cutting spending, as Jason Furman told us, there's a real question as to whether or not Washington is ready to deliver on either of those things. And it's on that note we turn now to today's political panel. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Stonecourt Capital partner, and Republican strategist, alongside Democratic strategist Caitlin McGaffey, senior fellow at Third Way. Welcome to you, Rick. Higher taxes or cutting spending, which one of those is politically appetizing?
Well, I think the American public starts realizing that the amount of debt that is represented in this $40 trillion number represents $120,000 per American. They start to get a little edgy about that. And we haven't gotten to that point. It hasn't become a real salient political issue at this stage. But we've seen it when it has, and things change. And so you do see Congress in the past when they've had pressure from constituents to make changes to the amount of spending they have.
Still looking at this weakness. All right, Apple's starting to back off. Looks like I'll get stopped out pretty quick here on this one.
Which will send a good message to the market, but the idea that taxes go up and spending goes down, very optimistic and probably.
Well, so let's talk about where you can see cuts in spending. This administration, at least, doesn't want to see them come in one of the easiest discretionary areas, perhaps the largest that you can target defense. They want a bigger defense budget. You still have to pay interest on the debt, Caitlin, so that leaves the non-defense discretionary areas, which aren't really enough to make a dent, and then it leaves the mandatory spending and entitlements. Is there going to be any candidate, maybe not in this cycle, but in 2028, who's going to talk seriously about reforms to Social Security or to Medicaid?
I
don't think they'll be focused on Social Security or Medicaid, but I do think that you raise an important question, which is, as we're going into a presidential primary, we're going to have a lot of candidates throwing out big ticket spending ideas. And I do think that we have to be very serious about addressing how we plan to pay for those ideas, how we plan to pay for those programs, and then also ensure that we're delivering those services effectively. I think we saw from the Doge episode that Americans agree with the idea of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, but we also saw that it's really, really hard to do that without hurting people. And so that's going to be an important balance for any candidates to strike. And unfortunately, I don't have the highest
Wrong date.
Well, what about when it comes to the revenue side, to the idea of raising taxes? Because there are plenty of people on the left, Caitlin, who are floating ideas around taxing the rich. You see the wealth tax that's on the ballot in California in this cycle. If Democrats do get power back in Washington, is that realistically what should be expected? I think that there's going to be a lot of conversation about it, but I have a hard time seeing the rubber meeting the road and actually getting done in a comprehensive way, just because it's kind of the majority it's going to take to pass that kind of revenue raiser is the kind of majority that's built on a lot of red and purple districts and seats. And those candidates are not going to want to go into a midterm election talking about how they raise taxes. And I think that's part of why it's so hard, because we do need to start raising revenue again. And we do need to simplify and make our tax code fairer. And it's hard to do that without actually generating more revenue and ensuring that billionaires and corporations are paying their fair share.
Zero DTE.
Well, yeah, so a lot of this is hard. I think is the lesson we're learning from you both. And Rick, if there are no easy answers, the Treasury Secretary at least is teaching them for something he can use in the immediate term with things like buybacks, trying to talk down the long end of the bond market. I wonder what you make of the Treasury Secretary's administration, frankly, because we have seen this from President Trump as well. Remember, he pulled back on the initial tariffs from Liberation Day in April because he said the bond market was getting yippy. It seems that the Treasury Secretary is also worried about the bond market getting yippy here. What is with this administration and taking cues from fixed incomes?
Long day. Sanders.
Yeah, look, when President came in, everybody was talking about how non-conventionist that would be. They really thought that
Long day. 10 seconds. 0 DTE. Pulse.
May go down in history as the most interventionist Treasury Secretary of our time, and that's saying a lot considering what we've seen in the markets over the last 25 years. So I'm really stunned by the approach. They don't seem to be willing to bite the bullet and to try and do hard stuff. Look, this administration's at the end of its next 2 years, right? They'll never run for re-election. They have an opportunity to actually get the fiscal house in order without paying the price. And it's amazing to me that the only resolution they have right now in this bond crisis is to just continue to pile on for debt. That is a limit to it. And I'm not sure.
All right, Apple continues to fade. Got stopped out on Apple already. All right, so this is definitely a day to take it a little bit easier. The fade continues. We're moving back down to the lows here for Apple. Back into the top of yesterday's range. All right, so we'll have to wait another day.
Well, that is certainly a point well made.
Okay, S&P. This morning we had Tempest. That pulled back. Baba also looked really good in the morning. Still holding up fairly well.
Financial markets that has now been forever reset,
GEX back down to the levels that we were looking at earlier. Okay, we got support down here, 0 day. There's your support level. Might get a bounce out of this. We have positive gamma, so we should bounce.
The president's promised economic D-Day against Iran. Caitlin, we are awaiting the details here, but it seems like what this actually is the U.S. asking a lot of other countries to play along with it and trying to tighten the economic screws. Is the Trump administration likely to get that? It's hard to say, but I think the bigger issue is that this should have been the first step before they started launching bombs. And what we have seen in the past, what we've seen historically, is that this kind of economic sanctions is usually a good way to avoid unnecessary wars. And because we're doing things a little bit backwards, I think it remains to be seen whether that's actually going to be effective. And Rick, in our final minute here, is economic D-Day really going to be a D-Day?
Yeah, we've been hearing economic D-Day for a long time. We've had sanctions on this country for 50 years, and I'd like to hope that they would actually be more effective today than they have been. But the reality is, we're not putting pressure on Russia, we're not putting pressure on China. We're making friends with North Korea, all over supporting the Iran war for Iran. And so, until we actually get straight with who our friends are, who our enemies are, I can't imagine economic D-Day is going to have the impact. The real D-Day.
All right, we'll leave it on that note. Rick Davis and Caitlin Legathy, great stuff, guys. Thank you for joining us on Balance of Power. We still have more coming up ahead on the program. An important conversation between Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall and the chair of the CFTC, Michael Seelig, as we consider the fate of the Clarity Act when Congress returns from recess. That's just ahead here on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
I'm going to service now AI platform automates everyday workflows, and when you're being bogged down by the small stuff, you can focus on
Relax, people.
the big stuff. It's often the innovator that stand out. At FlexChat, we have built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets. Our red-label crews are leading the way in pilot implementation. This is our time to pitch the future. That's why we're growing the competition to the one at FlexChat. You won't just be flown, you will be
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
The Wolf of Wall Street definitely portrayed the insanity that occurred. This is a company built on people. The American dream turned into the American nightmare.
FBG now. CDTG. FBG now.
Oh my God. Come on. Yeah, we finished decorating this room already.
CDTG.
CHTRP volume.
FBG now.
Continue to fade. S&P continues to fade. We're near support.
Looking to train your brain? Walk into the new daily puzzle feather lock. Play by moving the letter columns up and down until the next one.
The cumulative is negative. So stocks pulling back.
It's time to celebrate your victory. Share your results with friends. And you puzzle the lives daily. Play better lock and words with friends.
I got this white pair of art for our dining room from Maven Art, and I love it so much that I ended up getting another one. They have various artwork. You can filter by style, subject, orientation, or color, and they even have a mirror feature so you can preview the art in your artwork space. You can change the size and placement to see what fits best, which makes it so helpful when deciding before ordering. If you're looking to elevate your space, you can't go wrong with Maven Art.
So, I found this amazing. Every piece is friendly and fully customized. It really was good.
Okay, fade, fade, fade. Down to support, which we determined presently is at 76.60. Very slow move to the downside. Was that 99%? It is. Okay. So 99% positive gamma right below us.
Secretary Scott Bessent says the administration will unveil a new fiscal initiative to address the highest borrowing costs in years. It'll have stocks not doing so. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow is now down more than 1%, down 540 points. The S&P is down 44 points. The Nasdaq is down 246. The Bloomberg Dow Spot Index is at 1193. The two-year yield is at up 2 basis points. The 10-year yield is up nearly 6 basis points. The 30-year, we don't always talk about that one, but it is the primary focus of the accelerated buyback. That is up 5 basis points as well. Bitcoin up at its highest price all summer, above 72,000. Crude oil is moving higher. Brent is at $93 a barrel. WTI $88. As for stocks we're watching, Deere shares are jumping after the company says it's seeing a boost in orders for its machinery, raising hopes that the agriculture sector is poised for recovery. Deere shares right now up 43%. Let's talk travel and look at airlines. Southwest Airlines stock has climbed about 40% in recent months. Now, that could be due to the demise of rival budget Spirit. The
All right, we're coming down to support.
Down thanks to rising labor costs and concerns about aircraft delivery delays.
All right, let's go take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, this could pull back a little more. This is looking more weak. RSI is drifting lower.
Something new. Some are treating time off like an investment, using their vacation to learn a skill from surfing to cooking. According to a survey from MasterCard, 48% of us are planning a trip this year specifically to learn something. However, these skillcations, as they're called, can cost more than a normal trip, depending on the destination and, of course, the type of activity. 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Matt Piper, thank you so much. I personally never really want to use my brain on vacation. Vacation checking out for me, but more power to you if you want to use your free time to expand your brain and your horizons. Matt, I appreciate it as always. Speaking of expanding horizons, James Braid is expanding his horizons to the private sector. He's getting set to depart the White House in September, according to President Trump. James Braid, of course, is the White House Director of Legislative Affairs. And the president credited him in his post announcing his departure on True Social with many of the big accomplishments Congress has made from the second term.
Spiders.
The president said, and passing the Genius Act, as well as a number of other things. The Genius Act, of course, was the stablecoin legislation that did get across the finish line. It's part one of what Congress wants to accomplish when it comes to crypto lawmaking.
Tesla pulling back a bit.
Which may have to find its way through the United States Senate without the help of James Braid, unless someone is quickly put in his place to try to get it across the finish line. The Clarity Act, of course, is the market structure legislation. Tipping know which digital assets should be regulated by which regulatory agency, the SEC or the CFTC. It gives a lot of jurisdiction to the CFTC, which today is ruling its inaugural.
All right, going through the list of stocks that were up this morning. Let's just go through these again, see how they're faring in the evening session. Strategy, off the lows of the session, which is good. We're above the 20 EMA 60-minute. So if you're in any of these cryptocurrency stocks, keep an eye on those. Riot, I think, Cayman, you looked at this one too, Riot. Didn't you look at Riot? I think you were. I think you were looking at Riot the other day. Okay. Riot is off the low, 6%. Okay, so Riot looks okay. It is trending, right? It's above the 20 EMA. It's in a descending pattern, trying to break to the upside. LITE, Lumentum, those have been off for the last couple of days, starting to bounce. The optical cabling and AI infrastructure providers, connectivity, those were higher. I mean, they were lower to start the week. GLW and AAOI starting to bounce. Okay. Marvell, that's been active this morning. That's still sitting on top of the 50-day moving average. 20 EMA is pointing up and to the right. Okay, Apple got stopped out of Apple for what it's worth. KDP, Keurig Dr. Pepper, that was active this morning. Keurig Dr. Pepper. STX. Imagine being the parents of Hayden Panettiere. She was in Greenville, South Carolina. I don't know if she was visiting her parents, probably. The DEA is involved too, so they might be looking at, I don't know, what's that drug that's really bad? That shows you how much I know about drugs these days. The one that you can inhale just a little bit and it'll kill you. What is that called? Somebody help me out here. Could be that she got an overdose of one of those. She didn't seem like somebody would do a lot of drugs or anything like that. Fentanyl. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's you don't even have to take it. You don't have to ingest it. I mean, you can be around somebody that's got some. And I mean, I was watching some YouTube cop video the other day, and one of the detectives went to the back of a truck or something like that, opened up the suspect. The dogs sniffed. I wonder how dogs can manage to not die from the stuff. Anyway, the police officer opened up a backpack or whatever, and the dust from the fentanyl hit him. And if the other cop didn't have Narcan on him, on one of those shots or whatever they are, could have killed the guy. You know. So, yeah, fentanyl is bad stuff. Scary, scary stuff. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Riot does look good, Cayman. I like it. Just giving you credit for bringing it up. Bouncing off the 200 days, been consolidating. I would say it makes the 2250 soon. 2250, 50-day test soon. Yeah, I like that too. You got the 45. Okay, so I thought you were saying 45 called. Never mind. I would say, definitely safe for the previous high short term. 23, 24-ish. All right, so Microsoft turning back up. I got stopped out of Apple, unfortunately. Should have waited. It wasn't a big deal. It was $50 per contract. Heeding my own advice is often something I need to focus on. Oh, speaking of heeding my own advice, we talked about 12 o'clock. We would do a little bit of analysis on longer term positions for people who are investors. Okay. Forgot what I was going to talk about. All right, there goes Broadcom. Let me think about what I want to talk about. If you have any questions about long-term investments, let me know. The biggest thing that most people that are working can do, the best thing they can do is to find out from their HR department, what does, you know what I'm going to say, what does the company match look like? Does the company match 50 cents? Man, if your company is matching dollar for dollar up to a certain amount, if you're not putting that money away, you're a fool. You're just a plain fool. Let's just take an analysis real quick. We did this the other day. All right. So if a company matches $1 for every dollar invested in a company I know what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about whether or not you're just U.S. domestic, or if you look at international. And when do you look at international companies? Do you look at international now? How do I know what to look for? And that's one of the things we'll cover in a minute. Dollar for every dollar invested up to $5,000. I was a corporate employee at one point for Toys R Us, long time ago. They matched up dollar for dollar up to $5,000 per year. Okay. Please calculate my investment progress percentage. And now I need to reword this. All right, I'll come back to this in a minute. But how do I know if I should be investing in international funds or US funds or a combination of them? Okay. One way to do that is I track all the countries, right? And if you look at the weekly, let me just go world markets. Let me just select everything. Okay, edit. Select all of these, and I'll go to the weekly time frame. Let's see, weekly trend. Okay. Let me see if this took or not. Yeah, weekly time frames. All right, so here are the international markets. Let's say you're an investor and you have access to a company 401k, and you're thinking about, should I be 100% in U.S. indices, or should I be a combination U.S. indices, international markets? There are some funds that you can trade. You can see like Nikkei. Nikkei looks like it's about to retrace. Nikkei is having their own issues with the bonds and their currency and stuff, their economy. That's starting to back off. So one thing that you can look at, ACWI, this is probably one of the easiest things to do. Just make a note of it in your journal or on your iPhone. You know, Vinny's recommendations, whatever you want to call them. ACWI is the all-world index. It's comprised of companies, the top companies around the world without any exposure to the U.S. So no U.S. companies are in this. just international companies. And what would you say this is doing right now? Would you say it's trending? I would say it's trending. So at least since 2022, I would have been long the ACWI. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go. If a company matches $1 for every dollar invested, up to $5,000 per year. No. Yeah, 5,000 total per year in a company 401k. Please calculate my investment horizons, or no, not horizons. Investment. What's the word here? I can't even spell. Calculate. Please calculate. All right, so you don't see what I'm looking at here. Okay, here we go. All right, so that's what I'm looking at. ACWI. Calculate my investment gains since starting in 2023, investing 100% of, into ACWI. My monthly contributions. Okay, monthly contributions. I'm just going to go with something easy. Monthly contributions, $500. I know this is going to be a maximum 5,000, right? Down the road. Maximum monthly 500. Monthly $500 contributions. Monthly contribution. Monthly 500. Okay.
DXYZ.
Okay, so if I had been investing $500 per month, let's see, from January 23 through August 26, your estimated total portfolio is worth $60,000, basically. Investment gains of $19,368. Performance breakdown, your contributions, $22,000. Employer match, $18,333. Up to a maximum of $5,000, right? Total capital invested, $40,000. Market investment gains, $19,368. Now, this is only since 2023, January 23. Now, imagine, let's do it for 10 years. Let's do this. Given a steady trend similar to current, all things equal, and contributions unchanged. What would my investment be worth in 10 years? Let's say you're 30 years old, so you're going to retire at 60. 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. Now, this is the best case scenario. Not all companies will contribute dollar for dollar. Some will contribute up to 5,000. That's something you need to find out. So your 10-year horizon, if you change nothing and all you do is contribute $500 a month, look at what your total estimated portfolio is worth in 30 years. Now you might be saying, well, Vinny, geez, 30 years from now, I need to buy a house. I need kids. I have kids. If you can't save $500 a month, get another job. Now I know that's easy for me to say. I'm a professional. I'm an architect, but I don't know. You've got to be able to find a way to save $500 a month. If you take it out of your paycheck automatically, you'll never notice it. So every 2 weeks, you take out $250. Right? I have that on many of my accounts. $2,270,000. Now that's obviously best case scenario. ACWI continues the trend that it's in. You know the story. But the point is that if you don't start, you'll never achieve a goal. Right? So it's something I learned from my father, my late father, a long time ago. He used to tell me to, save $10 a week, save, $100 a week, whatever you can manage to save your money, right? And it's a good thing I did because, COVID hit. Thanks to COVID, I mean, I must have used, I think, probably $150,000 of my 401k. Part of it was for the house, buying our house. The banking was very, very bad. You couldn't get a loan for a house back in 2020 without going through so many hoops. It took me like 6 months with my banker to finally get to a point where I could buy the house where we are at now in Myrtle Beach in 2020. We sold the house in Jersey. That was no problem. All right, the S&P continues to move lower. Microsoft is lower, Apple's lower, Amazon, everything is lower for the most part. Netflix is trying to turn up, so is Broadcom and Snowflake. But had I not been saving all along, I won't use any superlatives, but you can get the idea that life would have been pretty difficult. So save when you can, not when you have to, right? I have buddies that worked in the pre-press industry. That's, they check all the colors for boxes and packaging and stuff like that, like Nabisco or Oreos, or the blue in Oreos has to be a certain color, or Ritz crackers, the red has to be a certain color, the yellow has to be a certain color, and a mix and all that stuff. That's what they used to do. You made good money. I think probably $100,000 a year. He used to run around the country a lot. The point is that he never used a 401k. He never invested his money. And he gets to 60 years old, he's ready to retire, and he can't retire. So what he did do was smart thing. Well, I don't know if it's smart. His mother passed away and he inherited the house. The house had an apartment attached to it, and he's making like $1,200 a month from the apartment. So between whatever he's doing now and his wife, they're doing okay. I mean, there's always a way to invest for the future. The point I'm trying to make is if you don't think about your future now, once you get to that end point, if you haven't done anything, you're really going to be in trouble, because the government's not going to do it for you. You might be able to get a decent retirement from Social Security, but don't bank that it's going to be there. I mean, this was a very simple thing to do, utilizing Gemini in this case to arrive at a solution to my question. All right. So what do I need to invest now? $500 a month? I think most people can afford that. Yeah, yeah. See? Dollar is saying the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So that's, yeah. All right. So the S&P continues to move lower. We're at just below support now. We're just below support. Did I drop off? Okay, cool. All right. So Anyway, Apple got stopped out. Microsoft moving lower. That probably stopped you out too if you look Microsoft. The markets continue to move lower. Why am I not getting alerts? No low tick alerts or anything? But you know what? There's no low ticks. That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting that we're moving lower, but there are no extreme low ticks or anything like that. Oh, okay. Positive gamma. Okay, tick minus 350 for the most part. No extreme low ticks. That was yesterday. I do note that I can't type worth of crap. All right, so starting off this morning, with the exception of a few names like Baba, Temp, TEM, there was really nothing to do today. It was a slow fade, cuts, death by 1,000 cuts or whatever the expression is. Hmm. Equal weight. What's the equal weight look like? RSP, CT. Equal weight RSP. Okay, that is a gravestone doji. We're still at the 9 EMA, removing the weight of the big cap tech names that are taking the brunt of a lot of the selling. And it's still not that bad. New York Fang is also not that bad. It's an inside day. Okay, not that bad. All things considered. Okay, SPY. Where is SPY? SPY. We continue to sell off here. Okay, those 760s are making money from the okay, when do these put flies expire? I forget. I think the end of the month, right? These are 31 August.
CHTRC vaulted to the upside.
Okay, so we continue to move lower. Put flies. All right, what does TEM look like? TEM, all right, that pulled back a lot. Alibaba. Wow, Alibaba actually making new highs. Baba making new high of the day. Oh, that's nice. You got the Honeywell Aerospace too? Very nice. All right, Alibaba. Alibaba. Alibaba, new high of the day. Baba, Alibaba. Silver, what's silver doing? Silver, B, and now this is lower now. Okay. Okay, so we'll repeat tomorrow. Hopefully silver will be up again tomorrow.
CHTRP may rise in 10 seconds.
All right, Alibaba. Baba, new high of the day. Okay, consider some profits. All right, in my experience, these stocks gap up and down a lot. Okay. Mm-hmm. What's Airbnb doing? I haven't looked at that one in a couple of days. Airbnb. That's still consolidating at highs. Pre-market volume on Airbnb was 5.3 times. Okay, so it did come off the low at 181 and change, ran up to 186. So that's $5. That's $250 per contract on a 50 Delta call. All right. So 2 calls. If you had held from the low of the day, obviously, not always, you're going to get that lucky. Even if it's 50% of the time. A $5 move, that's going to net you $250. So 2 calls, $500. 50 Delta call tends to move 50 cents for every dollar. So $2 is going to be 50 cents. I mean, $1. $2.50. A 2.5 point move is going to net you $500. Two of them will net you $500. All right, so we got some shorts covering here. It looks like S&P. S&P's at the lows. Do I want to take some of these put flies off? Let's see. Looks like we could continue to move lower. The 21 day is not too far away. All right, so let's say you've been waiting for the markets to pull back. This is going to be an opportunity, more than likely. Whether or not we stop at the 21 day is another question. 50 days seems likely. That could be tested. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to jump on the bandwagon just yet. We have this breakout level too. Okay, the breakout level lines up with the 9 EMA. So a pullback to breakout and then a bounce. Okay, we were talking about what was it, John Deere? Was talking about selling some put credits. Is that what we were talking about? John Deere? They reported today, right? John Deere. Yeah, we were looking at the 590. Yeah, 590, 580, something like that. Sell some put credits. We'll see how far this drifts lower. Let's see what those are going for now. John Deere. Okay, Netflix has been working well. Put credits on Netflix has worked very well. Okay, John Deere continues to move lower. I want to sell some put credits on this one. It just had earnings. Let me see what the earnings look like. John Deere. John Deere. They beat expectations. 7% earnings growth. Revenue growth 4.9%. What's Caterpillar look like? Caterpillar. Much better than John Deere. Caterpillar in terms of earnings growth, revenue growth, high double digits on earnings growth for Caterpillar versus single digit. Wow. Almost 10 times the earnings growth for Caterpillar. Look at this. 7.4% John Deere. Caterpillar 10%, 10 times. 10 times the earnings growth. That's wild. Caterpillar. All right. Netflix continues to grind higher. I'm very interested in John Deere. Selling some put credits on John Deere. Okay, so Vinny, you're thinking about put credits. What are you looking at exactly? Well, I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at September is 29 days. Okay, so that's not enough time. I really would like October is 57 days. October is 57 days. And I was looking at 590s. Those are $13 now. 590, but there's no volume. Problem is there's no volume. And there's no open interest. So that doesn't help. All right, let's go to December. December. Yeah, there's not enough open interest to even consider it right now. January. Nothing. Okay, so if you're going to sell premium, you need to see at least 2, 3, 4,000, 5,000 in open interest. Shows that people are interested. Let's look at September. I poo-pooed this idea. 29 days. 29 days. Yeah, I mean, 490, 750 in open interest. That's not enough. If you want to get out, there's not that much competition. I find that if you try to trade a stock or a company that has, or a stocks option that only has like 2 or 300 in open interest, the bid and the ask spread a lot of times will be, yeah, so it's a dollar spread. The 540s, there's a dollar spread. The at the monies or 44 deltas, 610s, those are a $2 spread. No, a $1.50 spread. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to sell put premium on this one. And be able to get out of them at some point. Nothing worse than a stock. Say you sell put premium and the stock drops and you can't get out easily. That's why it's best if you have a highly liquid position like S&P 500. Let's look at the S&P 500 by comparison. All right, we're pulling back on the S&P 500. So as the S&P 500 is pulling back, at some point we could sell, say, the 7,500s, 7,500 put. Let's see what those go for, just out of curiosity, because you get filled instantly. 7,500 put. $7,500. I did have the 760, 750, 740 put spread. I still have it. 750, 760, 750, 740 put spread. Put fly, sorry. Let's see, 7,500, 7,500. Let's see what those are going for. 7,500s are going for, oh, that's 21 August. Let's go out to, there's nothing to do right now. That's why I'm just doing some research. And Netflix is pushing higher. Netflix. All right, let me put Netflix on the screen here so you guys can see it. Netflix. Netflix is trending. All right, so what you could do if you're like me, NFXL, I could be adding shares to this. Okay, so this is showing relative strength and probably will continue. We know that Pershing Square disclosed a recent position. Okay, Pershing Square, Bill Ackman, and Netflix. Okay, 3.15 million shares in Netflix. You think he's concerned? almost 5% of Pershing Square's portfolio as of June 30th, a month ago. Over a month ago. All right, it's a new stake. Marks a complete U-turn in following Ackman's dramatic exit. So let's say you're a swing trader and you see all of the different people posting stuff out there, including myself, on social media. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, I want to swing trade this, but where do I take profits? What is my time frame? Well, generally speaking, if he's going to if he disclosed his position in June, let's take a look at Netflix in June, right? So June over here. So if he's disclosing his position in June, and we have been, let's just do this really cryptically. If he disclosed his position in June, let's say we'll take the mean. We'll take the mean of his. Okay, here's June, the highs and the lows of June, right? So let's take the mean. Let's take where he is, right? Let's say he bought somewhere in this zone. And you bought $4 ago, $5 ago. Are you really worried about the markets? Are you really worried about this pulling back? One thing you can do, which is, I don't like to use the word suggest because I'm not FINRA registered. I'm not a financial advisor. I can just tell you what I'm doing. I have put spreads. I take the put spreads, continue to add to the put spreads. As I'm adding to put spreads, I'm receiving credits. I take the credits and I buy calls or I buy shares in something like NFXL. I can do that with the put credits, right? Or I can buy Netflix shares. So we said that the mean is right around here, somewhere around 17. So you're up $2, $3 on NFXL. Think about it. So am I willing to buy some shares here? If I were, let's say I would normally take 1,000 shares. I would split it up and buy 100 shares. Buy 100 shares today. If this continues to move higher, I buy another 100 shares tomorrow. I keep moving my stop up. At the same time, I'm selling put credits here. So I'm getting double bang for my buck, actually triple, because I'm selling put credits where I'm making a credit and I'm taking that credit and I'm turning around and I'm buying shares and the shares are appreciating. As the shares appreciate, I can sell covered calls overhead. Okay, so I got the put credits, which are bullish. I got the shares, which are bullish. And as it starts to rise, I can sell premium out in, say, October. Call credits, calls, covered calls, sorry, get tongue-tied. So there's lots of ways to trade, and this is one way to compound a position. You might say, well, Vinny, that's a lot of exposure to Netflix. Is it really? Think about it. You're selling put credits, so you're taking somebody else's money. You're buying shares with the money you got from somebody else. And then as it starts to appreciate, what are you doing? You're selling more covered calls overhead. So you're taking more money from somebody else. And let's say it does make it to, say, 90. You sell covered calls at 90. And you get called away. So you're going to close your put credits because those are going to be worthless to whoever bought them. You'll get 100%. So those put credits are gone. You have the shares appreciate at the top of the appreciation curve, per se, since we know Pershing's in this for the long run. They just bought in June. So you think they're going to sell 6 weeks later? I really doubt it. So he's in it for a longer term. And where do you think he's going? 50% retracement would bring you back to about 90. All this starting to make sense? That's how you create generational wealth. aside from the other ways I was talking about before. Start thinking a little differently instead of worried about every single little tick up and down. Look at the bigger picture and maybe even look at the weekly time frame. If we look at the weekly on Netflix, what do you think we're going to see? Yeah, let me save this. I'm going to call this Ackman entry, June. What did he say? 3.1 million, right? What do we say? 3.15 million. Okay, so 3.15 million, 3 million shares. Okay, so we got a note of, we've got a record now, Ackman. Okay, look at the weekly time frame. Okay, what do we talk about on the weekly? If price is above the 10 EMA weekly, look at 22. Once prices started to move above the 10 EMA weekly, we start thinking about longs. And if we lose the 10 EMA weekly, we start thinking about taking profits. So if you bought back here in October of 2022, an increase from 25 up to say 35, right? Nice gain. Or even if you went 25 to 30, you made what, 10, 20%? You stop out. Once it gets back above the 10 EMA again, you get back in around 30-ish, 31, 32. You're running up to 48, pulls back. You get stopped out below the 10 EMA. These are longer term investment. We're talking, 20 weeks. This is just getting started. And we have the benefit of deep pockets seeing the same thing we're looking at. I think I did this before, actually. I think I did the weekly, right? Netflix weekly. I think I did this the other day. Did I do a Fibonacci? I thought I did a Fibonacci. No. Okay, so let's do a Fibonacci on this one. Okay, let's do a Fibonacci. Throw a Fibonacci on here. Okay, so let's say, okay, let me leave this here. There's nothing to do, so I'm just taking my time while we're waiting for the markets. If the markets are not going to rally, it seems, we just continue to move lower. Okay. Okay, so Fibonacci's, we're looking at 50% retracement would be about 86. So that'd be one target. The 200-day would be the second target. And the third target would be a 618 or 92. So my guess is that we're going to get at least to the round number of 90. We're above the round number of 80. I hate to keep saying it, but we have Ackman and other people. Who else is in this besides Ackman? Okay, Berkshire Hathaway, Cotu Management, Philippe Lafont, okay. Third Point, Dan Loeb. That's a good one. That's another good investor. Elliott Investment Management, Viking Global. I mean, seriously, you think these firms are in this to lose money? Obviously, they're not. But where are they picking up? Where are they since? The question I asked was, who else disclosed 13 Fs since Ackman? The majority of Q2 regulatory 13F filings closed on August 14th. All right. Today's the 20th. Most notable funds that filed their updated portfolios during this mid-August window include Berkshire Hathaway, Okay, they're also massively growing their position in Alphabet, Google. Philip Lafont also adding Micron, Intel, ASML during the month of July into August. Third Point, Dan Loeb, Elliott Investment Management, Viking Global Investors, Citadel. Largest volume allocators on Wall Street also submitted their trillions in combined assets right at the deadline. Citadel, Millennium, D.E. Shaw, and Renaissance Technologies. Okay, that is one thing to consider. They're backward-looking statements reflecting positions held as of June 30th. They don't count for any trade, short positions, or portfolio liquidations since then. All right, Netflix still rising. All right, so I hope I didn't like your eyes didn't glaze over on that analysis of Netflix, but Netflix, I'd be selling put credits, I'd be buying shares with the credits, I'd be taking the shares and I'd be selling covered calls, not now, but in the not too distant future, and make that a 6 to 8 month trade, more than likely, into the year end at least, maybe the first or second quarter. All right, so we continue to move a bit lower. We're below the 76.60. All right, so some of these levels have picked up a little bit. Let me just zoom out here. Let me go back. Since lunch, okay, this is 12 o'clock. This is the state of what this looked like at 12 o'clock. Let me just hit the play button. Okay, and you can watch what happens here. You see that? You see that gray box dropping? See how it keeps moving lower? Okay, and we're sitting here right at 76.54-ish. Okay, price is right at 76.4. All right, so I hope the diatribe from the last half an hour is helpful. My intention is to share knowledge, things that I think about, have been thinking about for nearly 40 years. 2027, December 2027 will be 40 years of investing, trading, worrying over, and enjoying the exposure to the markets. Okay, just watching here. Netflix, Microsoft turning back up. Okay, Microsoft. I got a feeling Microsoft's going to do well. It's going to do just fine. By the 500s. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. These are debit spreads. Those were 48 deltas when I started them. Microsoft. If you recall, yesterday I talked about buying Microsoft on the dip, right? We're looking for this dip. Microsoft, we didn't chase after it yesterday. Okay, we're looking for this dip. That's B and C from yesterday. Okay, we're right back where we were. Really not much change. We're right where we were yesterday. You can see that on the daily. So days like today where the markets are just kind of sideways to slightly lower, but not giving you, tick is just hovering just above minus 500, which means they're not selling. There's not capitulation selling, right? People are not throwing shares away. They're just kind of gradually exiting. Okay, what does gold look like? I see people talking about gold on social media. Gold. One last thing I want to say about Netflix, okay? Now, just because I have such a positive outlook doesn't mean Ackman can't be wrong. Doesn't mean Berkshire and Renaissance and Citadel and all those other firms doesn't mean they can't be wrong as a whole. I mean, something could happen unforeseen. So this is never a guarantee, but it's something, you need to start thinking about it. And like many people will say, at some point you got to take the risk because you'll never get ahead if you don't take the risk. I've got a 16-year-old that tells me he wants to go in business for himself, and I'm like, okay, well, these are the pluses and the minuses. And he's like, Papa, if we don't take the risk, we're never going to be millionaires. He's never going to be a millionaire. And he said, well, you got the right attitude. That's for sure. So I try to be the rational side, but I don't want to curb his enthusiasm either because he's really a smart kid. He's a hell of a lot smarter than I was at his age. And in a lot of ways, he's smarter than me now, in many subjects, chemistry, physics, aeronautics. I mean, that's not my forte. That I was more of a design person, looking at things, big picture, architecture. What the hell is Vinny talking about? Watch Microsoft here starting to turn back up. All right, so Microsoft, they shook the tree and a lot of people sold. Okay, a lot of people sold here. RSI is rising now. I tend to be of chatty Cathy when the markets are either moving slightly sideways to lower. You can always mute me and just watch the screen. I find, though, that Netflix is an example. I find that this type of strategy works very well. It works very well for me. Sell put premium, establish a long with the profits or with the credits. Once we start to gain, add to the put credits, taking somebody else's money. Take that money, invest in shares. A lot of times I like to do 2 times shares if they are available because it's like an option, but you don't have the theta. So trade something like NXFL instead. That trades sub 20. Can we get 40 out of this? A year from now? Can you get 40 out of this? Can you get a double? I think you could. I think the biggest issue for a lot of traders is it's hard to hold through the periods where it doesn't go straight up every single day, right? You have these periods where the stock will pull back. This shakes people out, and good reason. You want to take your profits off. You don't want, because this could roll over and just keep going. But the trend here is definitely bullish. So the biggest problem people have is that, you want to hold for the long run, but you want to trade like you're a short-term swing trader. So you get chopped up on the way up. It drops to 18, you take profits. You make a buck. And then it winds up going to 2022. And you miss the opportunity. Then you buy at the high because you're chasing it and it pulls back again and you get shaken out. Got to get away from that. Netflix is a good True. I do like to whistle. It's not a whistling kind of day. Okay, Microsoft is turning back up. That looks pretty good. Microsoft. Okay, cool. You know, here's another example, right? So look at Microsoft today, right? Microsoft has pulled back over the last week. How quickly traders forget why Microsoft is up so much since late July. How quickly we move on to something else. Our focus, our attention goes so shiny object over there, you know. But look at this number. This like blows me away. Every time I look at this, Asia revenue surpassed $100 billion for the first time. That's insane. That's insane numbers. Especially for a company that just 2 months ago was in the toilet. Everybody was talking about how their Microsoft investments, including myself, weren't doing that well. Right? We were trading at $550 last year, and we dropped all the way to 340. We lost $200 on Microsoft. Now that it's up, you know, everybody made their money on the way up 3 weeks ago. It's pulling back. Don't hear a lot of chatter about Microsoft lately. That's exactly when you need to start thinking about buying, is when no one else is talking about it, and yet the stock is still in a bullish trend. All right, so you see what I'm interested in right here. The December 500, 510s, plenty of time. Okay, buying this area. As long as it doesn't take the 21 day, as long as it doesn't go south of the 21 day, this should be fine. This is another one where I'd like to sell some put credits. We're at the lows now, so if it starts to take off tomorrow or the next day, I'll probably sell some put credits down here around 450, 440. What do those go for? DXYZ. I like the idea, Frano. DXYZ. Yeah, I like it. I like it. DXYZ. That's one smart cookie, that, Frano. As I'm sure you're aware. Thanks for sharing that. That's a good idea. I like it. And we got a lot of option volume too. Frano, there's a lot of option volume on DXYZ. September, October. This is another one where you could sell premium. You could sell premium, take the premium, and buy shares. This is a Tech 100. Okay. Fund. Okay, they got a spread of $1 between. $1 spread. A lot of slippage on October, December.
A DXN may res in 10 seconds.
VRLS.
The market responds so closely because when news breaks over the weekend or any events related to the energy markets, there is notable trading in these offshore platforms when it comes to 24/7 oil futures. What is your level of concern with these products, and are you seeing any threat to them?
We're watching it closely. Maybe that's the political.
SVGT.
The energy industry itself is not set up to trade on weekends. The banking system is closed. And so if there is a high price spike up or down, there just isn't the infrastructure right there to manage the risk on the weekends. So let's call it institutional money is not there yet for 24/7, 365. That said, part of what's going on.
What time is it? It's almost 3 o'clock.
Jay-Z. It's really just the ability to move money on the internet 24/7, 365. And I do think that that's either going to hurt the banks and the Fed to open the Fed funds wire and keep it open around the clock, or we're going to have alternative rails to blockchain. One of those two will happen. And when that happens, then I think you'll see 24/7 stock exchange tokenize itself. Jay-Z. It's not so much about the stocks is about can we get capital movement underneath because you have to spend money to buy
DPRE.
We definitely see these things but they move quickly into equities and so it does feel like that's a 24/7 365 equity movement. There's a lot of Jay-Z IPO trade.
GRNQ names in less than a minute.
People in Asia, other jurisdictions want access to these U.S. stocks. The good news is the United States dominates tech, and so in order to serve
DXYZ. Excuse me.
This is really a hedging market base, and there's no forward pricing that is created by perpetual future. It's really a speculative. One person thinks it's going to go up, the other one thinks it's going to go down. So you have a red-black bet.
IOBA.
And obviously there's a lot of interest in that, but it doesn't cater to our distribution of clients.
GRNQ may rest in 10 seconds.
Is working that direction, and I think we'll probably partner with people or help.
INTP. ADXM may resume in less than a minute. ALM.
Microsoft. All right, moving back up a little bit. Microsoft, slow day. We're at the lows now. S&P still drifting lower. Not as much fun as yesterday with Apple and Netflix blasting higher. Apple. Let's see, what's Apple doing? No follow through. Microsoft looks better. Microsoft better. We'd look better if we slept together. What's that song? I might like you better if we slept together. Remember that song? Remember that song? The 80s. Romeo Void. Yeah, I know. I bought some 30 deltas, lottos, 210. Remember that song? Remember that song in the 80s, hanging out in Jersey? The 80s were some really cool groups. The Cure, the Smiths, Smithereens, REM, U2 even. Yeah. Giant Stadium. We lived right within earshot of Giant Stadium in Secaucus. So whenever you'd have a band playing in Giant Stadium, you didn't have to go to the concert. You could just sit outside and hear it live. It was really cool. Okay. Nice. Yeah, Mondo, see my reply. Lady was on Bloomberg talking about New Jersey real estate and saying, so is it slowing down by you? Whatever. She says, not in Jersey. So apparently, same thing that you're talking about. Very busy. So that's good to see. We get so absorbed by looking at a 1 or 2 minute chart or a 5-minute chart or whatever you're looking at, and you lose sight of the bigger picture outside. Just walk outside every once in a while. Step in the grass. Take your shoes off. Step in the grass. Feel the earth. Got to step away every once in a while. Today is just like there's no interest. That's why the markets are fading. There's nobody here to buy. Anyway, we got a little bit of time left in the trading day. The more positions you can put together, like Netflix, where you sell put premium and you take the credits from the put premium, you buy shares as you gradually build up your position. You sell covered calls on the shares that you own, and as everything moves upward, the puts lose value, you gain value in those put credits. The shares gain value. You sell some covered calls overhead. Eventually, you get taken out anyway because you want to get up to 90 or so on Netflix. At least I do in the short term. If you can structure your trades like that, you got a lot more insulation than somebody that just buys an out of the money call, hoping for the best, swinging for the fences with a 20 delta call. 80% of the 80% of the time, you're going to be very unhappy. So you got to flip that equation in the other direction. Give yourself 80% probability and sell to somebody else. All right, let's see what they're talking about over at CNBC. Okay, my son should be getting off of school here shortly.
The first thing it told me was he was not satisfied with the market reaction and wanted to make
Steve Leisman. Steve Leisman.
was at least $4 billion on these buybacks.
So he also said, which I thought was interesting, this notion that rates are not trading on fundamentals. He made that case, and that he has, quote, asymmetric information that the markets don't. He just doesn't think that the market's rates are where they should be. And he's clearly intent on trying to get them there by one way or the other.
Yeah, I would kind of say good luck with that, Scott, because what you're talking about is saying I know better than the market, which was okay when he was a hedge fund manager. Whether or not that's okay when you're the Treasury Secretary is a little unclear, because at the end of the day, and this is where it gets squirrely here, Scott, and really very interesting, the Treasury's arsenal in this regard is very small. Unless they're going to violate their own kind of rules and start using the Treasury General Account to effectively things, it doesn't have a lot of money to play with. You know, it doesn't have a lot of money to play with?
The Fed.
The Fed. Now, did you read? You were sitting this close to Reader yesterday. And Reader, closer. And I would say why you keep your distance from me and not Rick. That's fine. But here's the deal. Reader is the one. Boy, I wish I had this book right in front of me. I didn't know they were going to quite go here. Okay. Reader's the one who mentions the Fed.
Well, I'm going to play that for you.
Oh, you're going to play that for fine, Bill.
Because I'm thinking about the Fed. Well, I'm thinking about the Fed and then how the move in rates and the Treasury's intervention is going to play inside the Fed when Chair Walsh gives the speech. Chair Walsh gives the speech next week in Jackson Hole. Some are also wondering whether he needs to give the markets more information on how it plans to get inflation down. St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem, he was on this set as well today, and said the Fed can still get rid of forward guidance and communicate better with the markets. Listen.
I think forward guidance is useful when interest rates are at zero. We're not at zero right now. We're in a normal state of affairs where the federal funds rate is our primary tool. So I'm open-minded and okay with putting forward guidance.
Okay, what's John Deere look like? I want to sell some covered call, some credit spreads. Okay, it's starting to bounce here. Okay, I'm going to sell some credit spreads. John Deere, let's see. The trend is up. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, so the 200 days down there at 560. Let's see, John Deere. Oh, we said that there wasn't much in the way of open interest, right? Yeah, there's no open interest. Can't do that. Okay. Let me look at Caterpillar because Caterpillar's got better earnings. Caterpillar. Let's look at Caterpillar. Since I want to use some sympathy plays, John Deere, same business to a degree. Caterpillar has 7 times the earnings growth, and Caterpillar's pulling back right now. Okay, this could head down to the 200 days. So if Caterpillar gets down here near the 200 day in the next couple of days, I might consider selling some put premium. Let's see what Caterpillar looks like. October. Caterpillar.
Closer to where other members of the FOMC are. I think it's likely that Kevin Warsh ends up giving us more of his views. I think he's trying to figure out how to affect his
Even Caterpillar. Not that interesting. All right. Let's see. Give me 2 minutes. I got to take a couple of minute break.
Giving an individual speech, he may have more latitude to give us more information on what he thinks.
I mean, I think even some of the largest market participants think that some changes need to be made, right? And that shareholders can achieve what he wants, while at the same time expressing a little more information.
Right.
Listen to BlackRock's Rick Reader. Here's what he told me about that yesterday.
There is one thing that I think the chair needs to do over the coming weeks, and maybe Jackson Hole, maybe at the next FOMC meeting. What are the metrics you're looking at? What is your reaction function going to be? If you saw this sort of data, by the way, it doesn't have to just be for PCE.
So I thought that was interesting hearing from somebody like Rick Reader, right? The world's largest asset manager. And that's where the segue is perfect for all of you guys. Like, you want more? Are you content with less? What do you think?
I'm content with less. Tell us what the task force have. Give us the framework that you're going to look at, and let's move forward. And I agree with a lot of what he's saying. We want to move to the back page. We don't want to be the front story. We want to react to the markets, not the markets react to us. That is the right thing.
Ball, not the referee. But I go back to what I said to Reader yesterday. Players on the field at least want to know what the rules of the road are from the refs. How are you going to call this game? And then I'll play it. I don't need to rely on you to play my game at my best, but I at least need to know what the rule book looks like.
Yeah, you don't need the answers to the test. You need to understand how the test is going to be put together, how you can study and respond to it. And I think that's what a lot of market participants are talking about. It's inappropriate and has been for some time to have such precise time-dependent forward guidance. But we still want to understand how the incoming data would affect the Fed's reaction function. That's what, rate-sensitive markets do. And this is where I think it's interesting. This year we've had, since February, we've higher in yield. From February to late June, it was just resetting inflation and rate expectations. But then since late June, it has not been about that. It's been about the term premium. So the extra little juice that investors want for a given macroeconomic outlook. And that's where I think it is about some of this confusion around, well, which exactly inflation metric is it? And is it interest rates and or the balance sheet? And that's where I think ultimately it's just probably some typical first press conference kind of misspeaking that can be and hopefully is corrected at Jackson Hole.
These concepts are not mutually exclusive. You can achieve all of the things that he wants to achieve while giving the markets and its participants just a little more clarity on getting from point A to point B. What do you think?
What precisely are we watching?
But the reality is, I think I'm largely okay with this, Scott. I mean, like, what am I watching on a daily basis? I'm watching inflation break even. I'm watching leading indicators of the job market. So for the most part, I don't view this substantially as rocket science. I'm sitting here right now with contained inflation expectations, a job market that's relatively weak. I could surmise from that it's unlikely that we're raising interest rates significantly here, if at all. And if we do, are we raising them beyond what the market is already expecting? So I'm generally comfortable with it, and I'll continue to watch indicators in the market.
I understand why a senior economics reporter would want more. More is more for what we try and do. But what do you make of hearing from these market participants suggest that they're okay with less? And then maybe in this instance, less is more. But that in the context too of what readers talk about.
I've given my take on that, which is that I don't know if they're saying this, but if you're going to give me less, I'm going to say pay me for less. And pay me for less is I'm going to exact more in terms of uncertainty. So you can run the railroad any way you like. What I think is important here is to think about who Rick Reader is. Rick Reader is not one of those whiners that the journal's op-ed pages complained about. Rick Reader is not a radical or a complainer in any way, shape, or form. Rick Reader, I think you said, is the world's largest asset manager.
Well, BlackRock is.
BlackRock,
He's the CIO of Global Fixed Income.
Guess what?
And the head of their entire allocation
Rick
team.
Reader is one of Scott Bessent's biggest customers. Rick Reader is an aorta through which the Federal Reserve affects monetary policy and helps to run this economy. If Rick asks for a little bit more, it's a perfectly reasonable and very important request that you can expect both Scott Bessent and Kevin Morse to acquiesce.
That's why it was meaningful.
That's why we're
said
it yesterday. But let me give you one more thing, which is the other thing that he said, which is another horizon to discuss. Rick said, I think there's more firepower at Treasury for these buybacks. We heard that today. This was yesterday, Radio Party.
Yeah.
But here's the other part. I quite frankly think there's more firepower in terms of how you manage the yield curve sitting at the Federal Reserve. Now, remember, Kevin Morse said, and my colleague Matt Peterson is writing a piece on this now. It'll be on .com, I believe, this afternoon. Get to work, Matt. But here's the thing. Kevin Morse said he wants to give the Treasury the responsibility for things that are the Treasuries. And the question becomes the extent to which the FOMC is willing to play ball in terms of what the Fed is, what the Treasury Secretary is trying to do here. And we talk about symbols earlier in this conversation. You got to wonder, is the Fed going to be working with the Treasury on this YCC, this yield curve control, or will the FOMC balk at that concept? That's something I believe that's not quite in the back of the mind of big bond managers right now, but maybe it's definitely on their mind right now.
It ups the ante.
It really seriously ups the ante.
For next week and then beyond at the meeting. So we'll see, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Just saying, for November, when we get the next Treasury refunding announcement, this asymmetric information that Treasury Secretary
What does that mean, Gabrielle?
is alluding to, is he going to
What does that mean?
a big change in the issuance
In other
calendar?
words, I know what I'm going to do, and you don't know what
I'm going to issue a lot more on the short end than on the long end.
But that's the opposite of what his Treasury Advisory Committee has advised him,
Yeah.
and where he's going into higher percentages of short-term debt as a percent of the total outstanding debt. And what that does is put pressures on Morse. If he moves interest rates, he creates a bigger cost for the Treasury and the financial.
Sure. Let's not also forget, and I think it's worthwhile just thinking about this too, and then we're gonna bounce.
All right, Caterpillar, nice bounce. S&P still sitting at the lows.
Political as it is sort of mechanical in the markets to try and get yields down. So I think it's all in the soup pot, and we'll see how the markets end up facing it, what they think. Guys, that was awesome. Thanks so much for everybody being with us. Let's talk Walmart today. It's one of the day's biggest drags, certainly on the Dow, despite that revenue beat. Pippa Stevens tells us why.
It's got worst day in more than 4 years after Walmart's same-store sales came up short, missing estimates for the first time in more than 4 years. Now, the company did beat revenue estimates for the quarter and raised its full-year EPS guide. But
Okay, looks like we're going to push a bit lower. Still, tick has only been hanging out between 350, 400, and 500, minus 500. Right now we're at minus 115, so we're actually moving up a little bit. Hedge flows doesn't look too bad. Okay, we don't look so bad.
Still, Walmart did say that sales performance in its core business continues to be very consistent. Those shares down 10%. That
All right, but thank you very much for that. That's Pippa Stevens. We're watching SpaceX too. Under pressure today, yet another post-IPO lockup.
since then, though the stock has carried some of those gains. Driving today's price action, Chinese startup Landspace launching and recovering the bottom part of its rocket. Till now, SpaceX and Blue Origin were the only companies capable of reusable rocket technology. So it's seen as yet another sign of China attempting to narrow the gap with the U.S. in space.
I wonder how much of that is stolen technology. I know it's probably a racist thing to say, right? Be different if it wasn't something that happens a lot. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it might want to go end of day. Check out NVIDIA. Okay, moving higher. Apple's still diving off here. Apple. Okay, 50% into yesterday's price action. Apple, some selling there. Caterpillar bouncing. Okay, so SpaceX is down on the day. SpaceX. Need to get above that 149 area. Okay, NVIDIA looking better. NVIDIA coming off the low. Will it run higher? I don't know. I don't like the way NVIDIA is trading, but it is consolidating above this previous consolidation area. NVIDIA. Are you in this $1 off the low? Mara is on the move. Mara, M-A-R-A. Okay, Mara, big bounce in Mara. Mara, big bounce off the low. Pre-market volume was 8 times normal. Okay. Mara.
Welcome back. 3% bouncing a bit today. CEO Sanjay Malhotra was on CNBC today. Said this about the ongoing need for memory.
Memory is no longer a component in a system. Memory is the strategic infrastructure for AI. It's no longer a commodity, it is a high value. This is enabling value for our customers. Without memory, you cannot make AI smarter. You cannot make AI faster. You cannot scale up AI. You know, AI is advancing, a lot of context is getting generated. All of that context has to be stored, has to be processed through memory.
For more, let's welcome in Dan Ives of Yorkville Ives and Company. Good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you.
He's making the case that don't judge us as chip makers the way you've traditionally judged us, because this time's different. Is that the message?
And I agree. I mean, if someone like myself has been to Korea so many times, you see the changes, because the reality is you count on one hand the amount of memory players. And when it comes to the AI revolution, everything that we're seeing right now, demand and supply 15 to 1 when it comes to what we see from a memory perspective. And that's why obviously Apple, and it's a good example, need to pay more in memory. And there's just no way around it. This is not cyclical. This continues to be really foundational.
What if it's still cyclical? The duration of that cyclicality has just been elongated. Is that fair, or have we
NVIDIA, yeah, I figured you were coming off the low. You get good entries every day.
chips because of the level of demand and how
Mara, I mean NVIDIA.
That's a great point. That's definitely like a hot sort of
NVIDIA.
because it matters for valuations?
Of course. And to me, I think it's changed. No longer the cyclicality at one point will come back. But I don't think you have true equilibrium till late 2028, early 2029, based on the trajectory what we're seeing today. And I think that's why we're going to continue to have these ebbs and flows, no different we saw with the Kospi and Korea and some of these sort of white knuckle moments. But the reality, and I think it's further instituted what we see with
NVIDIA off the low.
demand, what you see in terms of enterprise use cases. Memory players, it's right now, it's their world, and everyone else is paying rent.
So if the valuation of Micron, for example, on a forward basis is like 6.5, 6.6, something like that. Is that where it should be? Is that cheap? I mean, how do you assess that, given if you're a true believer in what the CEO just said as an investor, then if I agree with you, what do I do? 6.7 times.
Yeah, I think right now, I mean, investors are valuing these companies, the cyclicality, and they're basically giving no credit to what ultimately I believe is going to be the demand over the coming years. Scott, I think it's no different than what we saw like with NVIDIA. You know, if we just think over the last few months, as these companies prove it, the valuation will ultimately then start to I think manifest and actually generate what should be less cyclicality and really more of a multi-year cycle that's going to continue to play. There's no way around it, because even when some say, okay, there could be Chinese memory players, or there's an alternative, Korea holds the cards when it comes to memory, and I think that there's no changes that I see
NVIDIA.
in the future.
And there's no implication.
S&P still consolidating down here at the lows.
Triple ordering because you can't get what you need. And eventually it's going to catch up. And then that's when the problem happens, because people have ordered too much, even if there's robust demand.
And that's been a worry. But right now you got to get online to get those chips. And I think part of what we're seeing in terms of everything from a use case, from hyperscalers, from a demand perspective, it's just accelerating. So I don't think that we are near any sort of point of sort of over ordering or worries about inventory, and then they cut back. And I think that's something where it's further validated from the hyperscalers, obviously companies like Palantir, software companies,
Apple.
It's a Jenga puzzle when you put it all together. And I think more and more it's really starting to play out from a bull case.
All right, so you get more from the CEO tonight with Jim on Matt.
Alibaba did well today. That was earlier. Alibaba, what's it doing end of day? Alibaba. Okay, we did make a new high. Came right back up to the pre-market high. I love the way this guy dresses.
see in Asia and what we see across from the hyperscalers, if you put it all together, NVIDIA right now, you're almost giving them a minimal credit for physical AI and what's really going to be the sort of next evolution of AI. And that, when it comes to physical AI and their next chips and everything that they're sort of building out, investors continue to be skeptical. And I think as they prove it out, no one has a better perch than Jensen. And I think that's why so much of this tech trade next week is just so important, because that really will be, I think, a huge sort of planting of the flag moment to show that we're not in the seventh inning. I thought we were in the third inning, and you could argue we're maybe bottom of the second.
Wow. Well, how good does it have to be? How good does it have to be? They have to like crush expectations.
I think
there's got to be whisper numbers.
I mean, there's whisper numbers, but I think it really comes down to it's them giving expectations.
Alibaba pulling back a bit from the high of the day. It's been a hell of a run up from the low. 122, almost to 132. We got about what, an $8 move today from the low. Baba, that was good. Picked that up early this morning. It had pre-market volume 8 times normal. Same thing with Mara. Mara had 8 times pre-market volume. That indicated we could see an upside move today. Mara running. All right, looks good. Mara breaking out. Okay, Mara looking good.
May resume in less than a minute.
Okay, Mara breaking higher now. Pre-market volume was 8 times normal. Intraday volume. Let's see what Mara looked like intraday. Mara. 1.5 times RBOL, 1.5 times for Mara. During the day, 8 times normal. I find that these, when you catch these signals early, you got a good shot. You get a good shot at potential for follow through. That, and if you scan the stocks for pre-market volume in Thinkorswim, that helps out as well too. Okay, Mara continuation. Mara's going.
Couple of weeks for sports deals, and today we're yet another. CNBC senior sports reporter Mike Ozanian, breaking news today, joins us with his scoop. What'd you learn?
Hey, Scott, private equity firm Arctos is in a deal to buy 10% of the Atlanta Falcons over 18 months in a transaction that will value the Falcons at $10.6 billion. This deal still has to be approved by the NFL. If it goes through, this will be the fourth team that Arctos has invested in. They have a piece of the Bills, the Browns, and also the LA Chargers.
MARA.
So 10.6 billion is the valuation for the Falcons. Where did they rank on your most recent list?
The Falcons, I think we had at 8 billion. But again, that's a control stake valuation, Scott. So in fairness, there's even a bigger difference between the 8 billion and this 10.6, because the 10.6 is probably a slight discount to what a control stake would be. This is on the heels, of course, of what we expect will be approved later this month, the $9.61 billion sale of the Seahawks. That set a new valuation benchmark for the NFL. Even looking at what Arctos has done, their first foray about a year ago into the Bills was at a $5.8 billion valuation.
Wow.
Now they've gone up to 10.6.
I didn't mean to step on your toes there. I'm just so fascinated by the fact that you have such a growing number of investors who just want in. They don't even care if they have any control over anything. They just want a piece of what is still a robust and fast growing pie. And I don't care what of the major sports you're even talking about at this point.
No, that's a great point, Scott. And I think even though it totally holds true for the NBA, I would put the NFL a little ahead of the NBA there, because the profitability in the NFL is like no other sport. Because somebody said to me, one of the sports bankers, I'm a little surprised at an 11.6 buy-in for non-control stake of the Falcons when a control stake of the Seahawks was 9.6. You know, I said, listen, the Falcons are bigger in terms of revenue and far more profitable. The Falcons are one of the best teams in the NFL in all of sports in terms of being run like a business.
CIFR.
Not a surprise. I mean, Arthur Blank is so well thought of. Their stadium is amazing in Mercedes-Benz. The way that they price their concessions to be more exclusive for their fan base. I could go on and on and on. But we'll certainly talk more in the weeks ahead. Mike, thanks. Great scoop.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, appreciate you. Up next, the big market call from one top technician that you got to hear. One Strats Market is next.
MDLF. CIFR. ERD. RIOT. CIFU. WULF. RIOX.
Okay, looks good. Mara.
MRBU. WULF. RIOT. MBLL. NUAI. BJ. MRBU. MBLL. WULF.
EDXN.
ADXN halted to the upside.
All right, Mara, nice little move there.
CIFG. MRBU. RIOT.
All right, Mara is running. Opening range, excuse me, the ATR high here. Okay, we're at the ATR, 100% RT ATR.
Welcome back to our next guest. Thanks to Treasury's intervention on interest rates could send stocks to new highs as soon as next week. Mark Newton is FundStrat's head of technical strategy. He's here post-night. It's good to have you back. Thanks. So this was that significant that you think the S&P, the Qs, equal weight leading into Jackson Hole? Like we've got a little bit of room here?
I do think it's a game changer. I think we need to see the extent of what they're going to start to buy in terms of securities and how much. And a lot of that has to do with probably the Treasury put, which is now at about 475 for 10-year, potentially 530 for 30. So, you know, in general, it's a hugely reflationary trade that does address liquidity concerns. We saw gold, we saw Bitcoin surge. Near term, the 1-2 combo of rates pushing back up along with crude is temporarily something that stocks don't like. But I think in general, the amount of breadth improvement that we've seen in recent months, along with this ongoing skepticism, is definitely a positive with regards to stocks.
The messaging alone from Treasury is enough to get us to where you think we can go. I mean, combined obviously with the robustness of earnings, right? I mean, that's the story.
The one big problem was that the velocity of rates had really gotten out of hand on the long end. We saw breakouts on the 30-year, we saw breakouts on the 10-year, and it wasn't the level, it was the velocity of that move. Yeah, I think the administration as well as the Treasury noticed. Yeah, my thinking is that they're stepping in now at a time when TLT puts Q is very elevated to say, look, we have to do something to help liquidity. Emerging market currencies are falling. The U.S., of course, has a huge balance. You know, they have a ton of overseas securities and emerging market currencies. Meanwhile, the liabilities are in dollars. It would certainly help them to have the dollar go meaningfully lower at a time when growth remains still pretty
SpaceX grinding off the low.
The debt to GDP that everybody's concerned about that now comes.
Not bad. Not a bad day.
Forgive me for interrupting you. Reader used the word untethered. To your point, at the long end, it's starting to look that way in his mind. What do you like best in the market right now? What sector? What area?
Honestly, I like three sectors. I like healthcare, I like energy, and I like materials. I think those three are likely going to benefit and be a good source of alpha for investors over the next few months.
What's up?
Well, healthcare per se, it broke out of nearly a 3-year downtrend. We used to have concerns about drug pricing, about the ACA subsidies. Now that is turned. Biotech is surging. We're seeing deals happen. Not only is it biotech, but pharma, but HMOs. Healthcare looks still very, very good to me. Obviously, the GLP-1 helps some of
You like that shirt?
It's good. But energy, my thinking is
And also, there's no wrong.
I'm gonna go to the store and get some veggies. I'm gonna make sausage with vegetables and rice mixed up. You know,
You're gonna want some spinach?
there's already spinach in the fridge. Huh?
Right. Sweet potatoes?
There's sweet potatoes down there too. You made a list. I already checked it out.
Oh yeah. That sparkling water?
Yeah, well, that we'll get once every Saturday. So next time I'll get 6 bottles instead of 5 for you. So you have any homework or what?
No. Tomorrow I should.
Yeah, you start getting homework, dude. I don't want to hear any excuses. You know, just the last 2 years. Okay, Meta's starting to turn up. Broadcom turning up. S&P is still driving a bit lower. Okay, 100% ATR is right there, right overhead. We just hit 100% ATR on Mara. $11.12. That was 100% of its ATR. Relative volume this morning was good. All right, so let's see. Baba had 8 times relative morning volume too. Pre-market volume was 8 times. That hit the high of the day. See that? Pre-market was 8 times normal. Okay, it compares the previous 5 sessions pre-market volume. Comparing pre-market volume to pre-market volume, comparing oranges to oranges. Intraday volume was about 1.5 times. And we just hit the high of the day a few minutes ago. So that's a pretty decent statistics to watch every morning. Tempest AI, okay, that was about even. And we still made a pretty decent move on Tempest. Alibaba, we just talked about. What was it? Goldfields. That was flat, but it did make a new move. Goldfields mentioned that earlier. Goldfields showing up on the scans for pre-market and top sizzle. Okay, TEM's 5 times normal volume. Harmony Gold. All right, so that's another one. Harmony Gold, HMY, Harmony Gold. That's at the high of the day, trading 1.5 times normal volume during the pre-market. Now that could be fairly insignificant if you're looking at a stock that doesn't trade a lot of volume. But this is pre-market. You can see the pre-market volume here from 4 a.m. till 9:30. Volume above normal. And then going into the trading day, what it does. So I really like this idea that we're starting to implement. Okay. Because looking at what we had on Moderna yesterday, Moderna had ridiculous pre-market volume yesterday. Okay, pre-market volume yesterday on Moderna was 340%. This whole idea culminated from, why did I miss Moderna? I should have a scan that I can run during the pre-market session and also right after the open to identify stocks like Moderna so that we catch them next time and get this kind of result. Okay, so it did back off today. I did buy some XBI. That's a little bit lower today. Looking for that to turn back up. Mara turning back up.
Likely today we're just seeing some profit taking. That's why shares are down roughly 26%. It's worst day on record, but yesterday's surge was the biggest one-day gain by an S&P 500 stock in 25 years, according to Dow Jones. Switching gears, Advanced Auto Parts also in the red today.
Still going. Mara.
Most recent quarter, the company CEO saying tighter household budgets hit sales with more customers just opting to make repairs themselves. Shares are down 26%. Last but not least, CrowdStrike is sliding. On an Axios report, the company's CTO is leaving to start an AI-focused cyber venture fund. A new firm called Cognition is targeting a roughly $170 million fund. This according to Axios, and that's why you're seeing shares down 6%.
So, Christina, thank you. Christina Portzenevlos coming up next. Tell you what had shares of Deere rallying today. Not much. Who's next?
Yeah, Captain, I just saw what you said. Yeah. Watch Mara one more time. If it gets above 11.15, 11.12 is the 100% ATR. All right, watching. See if we can follow through.
Well, I think it's the latter, really, Romaine, and thanks for having me. I think that what we're seeing is a market that's returning to on vigilant status. They don't like what they've heard from the other war. And whether I agree with that or not is the point. Market is always right. And so the market doesn't like that. And then they don't like this new regime of kind of, well, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. It's very indicative of this administration where we sort of float some headlines and see what happens. That said, I tremendous amount of respect for Scott Bessent. I think he understands markets, which is a great trait for a Treasury Secretary. Secretary of the Treasury. But I think these trial balloons are creating a little bit of chaos, and it'll settle, as it always has.
Well, let me ask you a little bit more pointed. Should equity investors be worried about what we're seeing in the bond market with regards to maybe arresting and maybe reversing this rally that we see over the last few years?
I don't think so, because in the short term, potentially yes, but over the medium term, stocks really do respond to earnings growth and the underlying fundamentals. We had the most increases in guidance. I think it was 12% of companies increased guidance this last quarter, which is the highest level since we came out of the pandemic, and before that, the highest level ever. And so that tells me that companies are seeing ahead. They have visibility, and they are raising guidance 1 in 10, 1 in 11. So that's powerful, in addition to the fact that margins continue to expand.
Okay, Mara breaking higher.
My team does. And the one that really stood out to me was Chevron saying we're going to spend 25% less in CapEx per oil a barrel. And that's a compelling number. And there were, across sectors, there were a whole host of them. But it's automation, it's AI, it's robotics, it's the things that we've been talking about that are driving the underlying fundamental story, which I think is still very compelling.
And so with fixed income offering the highest yields in a long, long time, how is that sort of changing asset allocation as you see it in terms of portfolio management?
And that's a great question too, Sally. You will see at the margin potentially greater allocations to bonds from the usual suspects, the Chevron crews, so think insurance companies and public pension plans, but they already have an insatiable appetite for credit, and that is what's driving has historically share buybacks and is now driving CapEx. So I don't expect that to have a huge impact because there's still $6-7 trillion in cash on the sidelines. So I think you'll see on weakness, you'll see the retail.
The Philippine Bell Market, so Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management's Matt Stuckey. Here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Let's have a running standing by line for the SIBO markets. In Chicago,
Mara is going.
Travel stocks under pressure. And SIBO Cody on Deere's big rally. Oliver at the SIBO, what do you see?
Yeah, Bitcoin, kind of the story day 2 here.
Ruh-roh.
Stocks selling off, it's up, and so is hyperliquid proxy Pearl holding strong. Perhaps the most telling thing about this crypto comeback is that it's happening while stocks and bonds are struggling on the back of the Treasury's big bond buyback. In theory, this is what Bitcoiners say it was made for, and it's arguably presenting a lot of upside to Bitcoin after its worst performance for stocks in 7 years last year. Bitcoin is up, while VIX is too today. It used to be the opposite. When equity ball was up, Bitcoin was down. Right now, it looks like options traders think it can last. They bought twice as many calls as puts in everything from IBIT to Coinbase, Strategy, Circle.
and of course, her.
Micron looking good.
All right, Oliver, thanks for that. Appreciate you. Oliver Rennick, Contessa, tell us what's up with travel.
Ooh, it's rough seas for some of the big travel names today. Scott, oil prices are rocking the boat for cruise stocks. Let's take a look here. Royal Caribbean, Carnival, Norwegian, all sinking between 4 and 5%, continuing their downward slide this week. Viking just reported strong earnings and forward bookings, but look at their stock down a percent today. Its stock suffering along with the group. Investors really are hitting the brakes as well on Camping World, with sentiment souring around demand for RVs. When fuel prices are this high, its stock declined by 4.5% now.
All right, coming into the close, Micron blasting higher. Looks good. Congratulations.
Timeshare company Marriott Vacation, that's down 5%. And TripAdvisor down almost 4%. Just travel names on the whole spot settling into the red for the close.
Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer, how about Deere, Seema?
So Deere surprising the street by beating expectations on the top and bottom line, and also pegging data centers as a source of demand. Executive sharing on the
All right, S&P continues to move lower. 2 minutes to go.
Deere's order book for earth moving equipment now full for 2026. Now, Melius Research analysts there telling the company sort of advanced layer technology as one of the reasons Deere continues to outperform, and it's positive on the stock, initiating or reiterating, I should say, its buy rating, saying the ability to layer on advanced technology
Mara
tens to hundreds of billions in value to farmers. Really changes
looking good. Mara.
the stock is up about 8% at this hour. The one to watch here, especially as more industrials lean into AI.
All right, David, thanks very much. Let's see what Bodie are. Matt Stuck, can you tell me about this market today? What do you see?
Look for Mara to go after hours.
Yesterday with that moving rates coming out triple. And so recently as rates down towards 475 or so, that's starting to press the forward multiple in the market. And that's kind of maybe
Okay, we got 1 minute to go.
Despite the really strong earnings as Q2 is coming to a close, multiple compression is the other side of that rates continuing to grow.
Do you expect more rate volatility and thus stock volatility?
I mean, I think so. A lot of this is going to depend on what happens with oil prices from here. And then from there, what type of data we get between now and September in terms of inflation and employment. So really, there's a lot of kind of balls in the air in terms of kind of where these kind of big factors are going to drive rates. But ultimately, the main driver of the market, just in terms of the fundamentals, continues to be solid just with earnings growth now. Going through year on year, more than 30%. That's quite strong.
Speaking of earnings and video looming large, we're going to be in a bit of a holding pattern.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, that's it, folks. I got a hard stop. I'll do a little bit more research, a little bit more study into ideas that can make us money. I think this pre-market volume idea is going to do very well. It's already starting to show some promise. Anyway, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 4 p.m. straight up closing bell. I hope you had a good day. It's Thursday, August the 20th. Take care. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.